Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our special guests, thank you for granting us the opportunity to present the Presidency budget vote today. Our primary goal as government is to make South Africa a better place to live in for all, and in particular, to improve the quality of life of the poor and the working class. Work continues in our quest to build a South Africa without poverty, inequality, unemployment, or crime. We want a South Africa without despair, where each person, young and old, has hope of a better future. Achieving a better life for our people includes ensuring the achievement of the country's vision with regard to safety and security. This vision states that people living in South Africa should feel safe at home, at school, at work, and in streets, and that they should live without fear. This freedom is currently being curtailed by the ongoing brutal attacks and killings of women and children in some parts of the country. Some of the women are killed by people they trusted, their intimate partners. Violence against women has been declared a priority crime by government. Nobody has the right to attack women. We urge women to report the perpetrators to the police. We also appeal to families to provide support to the survivors. Our country also faces other serious crimes against women and girls, namely human trafficking and forced prostitution. It is despicable that there are people who turn other human beings into commodities to make money. This is a gross violation of human rights and is tantamount to modern-day slavery. We appeal to the public to inform the police if they notice suspicious activity at any house or building. Government has enacted Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act, which is aimed at effecting international agreements, which includes the Palermo Trafficking in Persons Protocol. Minister Shabangu will speak further on these matters. As we mark Child Protection Week, we also urge families to support their children when they report abuse by anyone, including family members. They should also be taught to identify abuse and inappropriate conduct by adults toward them. I visited Elsa's River here in Cape Town for the second time yesterday. I had first visited the area 2 weeks ago to meet the family of 3-year-old Courtney Peters, who was brutally killed earlier this month. The community reminded us that the solution to crime will not only come from policing. They asked for social workers to support families and basic services such as housing. Indeed, strengthening households and families, reviving the social fabric of society, and improving the living conditions are key to the protection and prevention of crime. We need to unite as communities and all sectors, from business, traditional leaders, faith-based communities, and others, to promote safer communities. United, we shall defeat this scourge. Honorable Speaker, a better life for our people means participation in economic activities that will give them dignity and freedom from want. People need jobs or entrepreneurial opportunities. The partnership between government and business remains key in the drive to reignite growth in this difficult climate. I would thus like to reiterate our commitment to the work done together with business on improving investor confidence in the country. Our economy must remain competitive, not to merely prevent ratings downgrades, but for the good of the country. We also wish to reiterate that we remain committed to the expenditure ceiling in the 2017 budget and to stabilize debt levels. We also continue efforts to making our country attractive for investments. Government launched the Investor SA One-Stop Shop initiative early this year, bringing critical services needed to establish a business under one roof, such as visas, water or electricity licenses, tax requirements, and so forth. Honorable Speaker, there are some outstanding policy issues that we are also attending to. We have to finalize the broadband rollout, digital migration, and spectrum allocation as a means to reignite economic growth. On energy security, the ministers of public enterprises and energy are working together to find an amicable solution to the independent power producers' impasse. With regard to nuclear energy, we reiterate that the program will be implemented at a pace and scale that the country can afford. We await Parliament to conclude processing the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill and bring it back to the President. I sent it back to Parliament due to some issues that I believed would not pass the constitutional muster. The mining charter will be gazetted in a few weeks' time. Through the charter, government seeks to radically transform the ownership of the South African mining assets by ensuring that Black people meaningfully and effectively participate in the mining and minerals industries, while ensuring that the mining industry remains globally competitive. The mining charter includes requirements on beneficiation and procurement. There is also a community development element to ensure that mine communities and major labor-sending communities optimally benefit from mining activities taking place in their areas. The mining charter proposals will also further empower mine workers with requisite skills and enhanced job opportunities. Importantly, government continues to provide support to state-owned companies addressing governance and financial challenges. Support is being provided to the SAA, SABC, and ESCOM, and other affected entities. On social grants payments, the South African Social Security Agency, SASSA, will be submitting the quarterly reports to the Constitutional Court as per its judgment. SASSA has also begun engagements with other organs of state, including the South African Post Office, towards phasing out the services of the current service provider. The plan is to phase in the services of the new service provider by November this year. This will give the agency enough time to ensure a seamless transition when the current contract comes to an end in March 2018. The Department of Social Development has also released the much-awaited discussion paper on social security reform proposals for public consultations. Interministerial Committee on Comprehensive Social Security, chaired by the President, will continue to guide the processes. Honorable Speaker, other important issues that we are attending to relate to the public discourse about what has been termed state capture. Let me place it on record that there is no opposition from either the government or the presidency to the calls for a commission of inquiry into the said state capture. We fully support an inquiry as it will help to uncover the facts and remove rumors about the extent of capture. What has caused a delay is the manner in which the former public protector directed that the inquiry should be done, which infringes on the powers of the President of the Republic. If this is left unattended, it would cause problems even for future heads of state, as it sets a wrong precedent. Legal advice obtained pointed at the fact that the remedial action on the appointment of a commission of inquiry undermines the doctrine of the separation of powers. There are various other issues that we have placed before court in our application for a review. We trust that this matter will be resolved as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in the State of the Nation address, we gave prominence to the imperative of radical socio-economic transformation. Our interventions are aimed at facilitating ownership and management of enterprises and productive assets by Black people, workers, cooperatives, and other collective enterprises. Sovereign downgrade of South Africa rating to junk works makes the process of transforming the economy of South Africa difficult, yet necessary. As we seek to radically transform the economy, we need to be mindful of the structural challenges as the South African economy continues to be driven by consumption, global demand for mineral commodities, and a very narrow productive base with few large companies that control the entire value chain. Another dimension is the financialization and the deindustrialization of the economy, which calls for the deliberate intervention by government to support the productive sectors of our economy, paying particular attention to the labor-intensive sectors. Honorable Speaker, supporting SMMEs has been identified as an area with large potential for employment creation and economic growth. Government is driving a program to revitalize township and rural enterprises. Our national informal business upliftment strategy is making headway as it provides support to deserving informal businesses so that they graduate into formal small businesses. Already, the National Gazelles program, a pilot by the Department of Small Business Development, has proved the potential of small businesses. 40 small businesses elected for specialized attention in 2015 survived a negative economy and even grew their turnovers. If we have 1 million small businesses and each employs 1 or 2 people, we would have created over 1 million jobs. This is how important investment into small business development is. In January over this year, the National Treasury gazetted new regulations in pursuit of preferential procurement by means of 30% of public procurement will be made available to small businesses and cooperatives. This will provide a market for the small business sector. Key support to small businesses must also include ensuring that they are not strangled by government regulations or red tape. We also reiterate that government departments in all 3 spheres must also pay SMMEs on time, as directed when they submit legitimate invoices. These are some of the interventions that will make transformation a reality for our people. We are pleased that the private sector supports our drive to boost SMMEs. We announced the establishment of a 1 billion rand SME fund following the meeting with the CEO initiative in October last year. We also encourage the private sector, which has a larger procurement muscle, to also embrace broad-based Black economic empowerment by actively buying from Black-owned companies and supporting SMMEs. Later this year, a rural and township economy summit will be held to, among other things, come up with critical ways to grow the indigenous entrepreneurs and ensure economic vibrancy in these areas where the majority of our people live. With regards to leveling the playing field, the Black Economic Empowerment Advisory Council advises the presidency, advising the presidency and government on broad-based Black economic empowerment interventions. Progress is being made in fighting fronting through the BBBEE Commission. As such, practices reverse the gains of transformation. The application and implementation of BEE codes in all sectors and transformation charters and plans for sectors will be finalized and gazetted. Honorable Speaker, South Africa continues to enjoy respect because of the turnaround we have achieved since 2009 on the HIV and AIDS program. The HIV and TB epidemics had killed many of our people before the new policy was adopted in 2019 and 2009. We have scored a number of achievements since then. The number of people testing for HIV has increased phenomenally. In 2009, government had conducted less than 2 million tests. Last year, more than 14 million people took the test, enabling them to know their status so that they can obtain treatment. South Africa has the largest HIV treatment program in the world, with more than 3.8 million people in the public sector on treatment. The reduction of the number of babies born with HIV has also been dramatic. By 2004, a total of 70,000 newborn babies were born HIV positive per annum. Due to our very successful prevention of mother-to-child transmission program, the figure has dramatically dropped to below 6,000. This government has saved the lives of our people and has ensured a better life for those living with HIV. According to Statistics SA, life expectancy is now 62.4 years, up from 55 years in 2002. We congratulate all South Africans on this remarkable achievement by our country. The Deputy President leads our efforts in the fight against HIV and AIDS as chairperson of the South African National AIDS Council. Honorable Speaker, we continue to find innovative and new ways of implementing government programs. In 2014, we launched Operation Phakisa, Big Fast Results methodology, aimed at ensuring faster implementation of our programs. Labor, business, government, academia, and other sectors come together to develop implementation plans for government programs. We have applied this methodology to the ocean economy, health through producing ideal clinics, information and communication technologies in schools, as well as agriculture and land reform with very good results. Minister Radebe is the coordinator of the Phakisa methodology, working with the relevant sector ministers. He will report on the projects involved. Honorable Speaker, we begin National Youth Month tomorrow. Government is doing a lot of work already in supporting youth development. The Committee of Deputy Ministers in the Presidential Working Group on Youth continues to monitor the implementation of youth development program. Progress has been made in many sectors. Last year, I reported that the Department of Water and Sanitation is training thousands of young people as artisans through the War on Leaks program. More than 10,000 young people have been recruited thus far and are being trained as water agents, electricians, plumbers, machinists, and in other fields. These are young people who were unemployed and with no money for further education. I am encouraged that 55% of these trainees are females and 6% are people with disabilities. This is indeed a government at work, empowering our youth. Government also supports entrepreneurship for the youth. The National Youth Development Agency is directing more resources towards young aspirant entrepreneurs. More than 800 new enterprises will be created and a further 18,000 young people will receive the necessary support in order to succeed as entrepreneurs. Through the Department of Human Settlements, over 500 host employers in the real estate sector will absorb over 8,000 unemployed youth and graduates to take up opportunities in real estate. Through the Department of Health and civil society organizations, the Dreams campaign will help grow girls and young women that are determined, resilient, empowered, AIDS-free, mentored, and safe. Our National Rural Youth Service Corps NARISEC program is the biggest youth development program of government, run by the Department of Rural Development and Land Affairs. To date, the program has recruited about 19,000 young people. The program targets rural unemployed young people between the ages of 18 and 25 who are in possession of a grade 12 qualification. A number of young people on leaving the NARISEC program start their own businesses. Some find employment while others study further. Honorable Speaker, government spends the highest share of its budget on young people through education and skills development. Government is doing as much as possible to support children of the poor and the working class to obtain higher education. Government paid the fee increase, capped at 8% for all qualifying registered students with a gross combined family income up to 600,000 Rand per annum for the 2017 academic year. This is a grant which covers the increases for tuition fees and official accommodation and will not have to be repaid by qualifying students. Government also made arrangements through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, to pay the registration fees for all NSFAS-funded students as an upfront payment to universities and TVET colleges in January each year. Therefore, NSFAS qualifying students did not pay any registration or upfront fees in 2017. I established The HEHA Commission on Higher Education funding after protests by students in favor of free higher education. The Commission will present its report at the end of June. We look forward to joining young people at the National Youth Day commemoration in Ventersdorp in the Northwest Province. Honorable Speaker, the Presidency actively supports our musicians and other performing arts. The presidential task team on creative industries, chaired by the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, has been hard at work to find solutions for some of the long-standing challenges that the creative sectors face. They have championed the process of bringing two important bills to Parliament that will bring about welcome change for practitioners in the industry. The Intellectual Property Bill and the Performers Protection Amendment Bill are now before Parliament, and the public hearings on these bills have begun. Lack of ownership of intellectual property affects many writers, producers, performers, and content creators. The new legislation will give creative practitioners the right to own their own and to profit from it. The task team of deputy ministers is also working closely with the agencies of the Department of Arts and Culture and the Department of Trade and Industry to create better systems for the funding of film and theater productions in the country. Compatriots, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the creators and cast of the film Kalushi, which was released in South African cinemas in the month of March. This film symbolizes the coming of age of South African cinema, where quality films directed and performed by South Africans tell an epic South African story. Honorable members, one of the key features of our democracy is cooperative governance. The embodiment of cooperative governance at the national level is the President's Coordinating Council, in which the President meets with the premiers and the South African Local Government Association. The PCC worked on a lot of projects last year, including monitoring the implementation of the Back to Basics program on the revitalization of municipalities, the management of migration and service delivery interventions through the Presidential Hotline. The Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission also brings together the leadership of the three spheres of government to discuss the seamless delivery of infrastructure programs across the country. Several projects are being rolled out, including the building of dams, schools, roads, hospitals, training colleges, and the 3 universities. We launched the Trans-Africa locomotive in April and the People's Train in Tshwane earlier this month. The People's Train boasts both comfort and safety for rail passengers. The infrastructure program improves the quality of life and contributes to economic growth and job creation. The Presidency also interacts with constitutional bodies such as the National House of Traditional Leaders and Chapter 9 institutions to discuss matters affecting their portfolios and to provide support. We also work with various stakeholders through presidential working groups in which we meet business, youth formations, women's groups, religious leaders, Black professionals, and non-governmental organizations. The National Orders Advisory Council plays a critical role of assisting us to identify distinguished men and women who receive the highest honors from their country, the National Orders. We take the country's human development needs forward through the Human Resource Development Council, which is chaired by the Deputy President. We wish to acknowledge and thank all these sectors, councils, and the working groups. We appreciate their ongoing support. Compatriots, we celebrated Africa Day on the 25th of May, marking the 54th anniversary of the OAU-AU. In marking Africa Month, we also celebrated the legacy of President O.R. Tambo, the country's foremost diplomat who opened the continent and the world to South Africa through his tireless work to bring about freedom. In his memory, South Africa continues to contribute to shaping the agenda of African renewal and the implementation of Agenda 2063. We participate in the special efforts of ensuring the silencing of the guns and ending pockets of conflict by 2020, so that everyone can live in peace. We continue to support sister nations such as South Sudan, Lesotho, Central African Republic, DRC, Mali, and others to find solutions. We also continue to stand with the people of Western Sahara as they struggle for self-determination so that we can conclude the decolonization of Africa. We support the quest for regional integration through building the necessary infrastructure to connect capitals, harmonize trade regimes, and grow the means of production. South Africa values her membership of strategic forums such as the G20, BRICS, IPSA, the Indian Ocean Rim Association. They add immense value to South Africa as we pursue the national interests. South Africa will assume the chair of SADC in August and that of the Indian Ocean Rim Association later in the year. We shall do our best in serving these two regions to advance sustainable growth and development. We shall continue our advocacy of a reformed system of global governance, including the reform of the United Nations Security Council and the strengthening of the United Nations. Compatriots, one of the highest of Africa Month, the highlights of Africa Month has been the appointment of Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus as the new Director General of the World Health Organization, the first African to hold this position. We also congratulate Justice Mandisa Maya on being appointed as the first female president of the Supreme Court of Appeal in our country. We wish them all of the best in their new responsibilities. Honorable Speaker, allow me to remind smokers that today is the World No Tobacco Day. They should kick the habit to ensure healthier lifestyle. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Deputy President, the ministers in the Presidency, and the Deputy Minister for their support. I also appreciate the contribution and the hard work of the Director General, the Chief Operations Officer, the Presidency, Audit Committee, advisors, senior management, and all staff in the Presidency. Honorable Speaker, It is my privilege indeed to commend Budget Vote 1 to the House. I thank you.
Shanzandla.
Thank you.
I thank the Honorable President, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellencies, the President and Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. To begin with, let me acknowledge the 20th anniversary of our Constitution, which we achieved this year. Our democracy would be devoid of this character and substance without the profound doctrines of human dignity and equality enshrined in our Constitution. 20 years on, since its official adoption, it stands as our most potent mechanism to enable restorative justice and transformation. It is the instrument for systematically erasing the atrocities committed against our people. It remains the only antidote to heal the divisions of the past. Honorable Speaker, molded in the embers of the people's struggle for freedom and self-determination, our Constitution is a resolve and will of freedom fighters after the fall of the apartheid regime, that South Africans should, for themselves, a new identity anchored in equality, social cohesion, and economic inclusion forge. The founders of the ANC were from the onset determined to realize progress. South Africa and her people must appreciate the significance of unity. Such unity founded on the recognition of their diversity and thereby bound by history and common cause to create a better world and a better humanity. As the South African laureate, also president of the ANC, Chief Albert Litulu, observed, and I quote, "Here in South Africa, with all our diversities of color and race, we will show the world a new pattern of democracy. What is important is that we can build a homogeneous South Africa on the basis not of color, but of human values." Close quote. Inspired by such wisdom, the authors of the Constitution inscribed in the preamble, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity." Close quote. The preamble recognizes that the united but diverse people of this land emerge from a dehumanizing historical past that requires redress. Given the historical context of race, class, gender contradictions, the ANC understood that our Constitution should be an important instrument to restore the dignity of the Black majority. In this regard, placing a premium on nation building and the need to engender social cohesion. Nation building anchored on reconciliation among the people, the transformation of government institutions, and the introduction of new legislation to usher in a new and democratic dispensation. Commemorative events will continue to play a critical role in the process of nation building and social cohesion. A government's calendar aligned to those commemorative activities helps to ensure public participation. These events are an instrument for reconciliation and nation building within the context of our constitutional democracy. They must be strategically galvanized to embody the spirit of human rights, cultural diversity, equality, and tolerance for all South Africans. Honorable Speaker, the scale of our transformation, its profound impact on the people and environmental that until then had catered for the tiniest minority in our homeland is yet to be fully told. Necessarily, nation building demanded that government urgently address socio-economic challenges of the majority. Arguably, we embarked on the most unprecedented egalitarian program globally wherein healthcare was made free to pregnant women and children of ages 0 to 6. Social security and pensions were extended to the poor and aged and ensured access to housing, water, electricity, education, etc. To implement these objectives and advance against the backdrop of declining apartheid economy, economic growth had to be the focus. Simultaneously, mindful that for the people to fully participate in the life of their country, they needed to share directly in its economy. Hence the triple BEE policies with the aim to de-racialize the economy, ensure equity, ownership by the black majority, and Africans in particular in the entities that were exclusively white. Inferior racial education created a skill deficit in the country, especially among the majority, and thus government focused on skills development acquisition to impact on jobs and productivity. Government has and continue to subsidize business in order to protect existing jobs. Further, government funds internship programs for the youth and unemployed graduate to enable them gain the necessary work experience. The EPWP, without which the majority poor would be worse than destitute, has been a mainstay in assisting to alleviate the scourge of poverty and minimize unemployment. Today, we can attest to the strides in science and technology with the SKA project, among others, the establishment of new universities of medicine and technology, respectively, the reopening of training colleges for teachers and nurses, advances in rural development and land reform, the expanding social wage and social security network, infrastructure rollout, and investment in manufacturing, small and medium enterprises as other catalyst sectors. In addition, progress is registered through the 9-point plan and the oceans economy as means to ensure greater economic growth and development. However, despite all this intervention, economic growth has been sluggish since the global financial crisis. As a result, progress in fundamentally changing the lives of the most poor and working people has been slow. This necessitated the ANC's 53rd National Conference in Mangaung to resolve on the second phase of radical economic transformation, urging the state to take a fundamental approach in its interventions in the economy as means to advance the national democratic revolution. As the conference declaration states, and I quote, "Responding to these challenges, we are boldly entering the second phase of the transition from apartheid colonialism to a national democratic consolidation, critical both to improve the quality of life of all South Africans and to promote nation building and social cohesion." In this sense, Mangaung reiterated the conclusions of Morogoro Strategy and Tactics when it said, and I quote, "In the last resort, it is only the success of the national democratic revolution which, by destroying the existing social and economic relationships, will bring with it a correction of the historical injustices perpetrated against the indigenous majority and thus lay the basis for a new and deeper internationalist approach," close quote. Honorable Speaker, we continue to grapple with the task of building a new social order. Colonialism coupled with the racial domination, exploitation, and patriarchy bore violent scars into our human makeup. Our nation's psyche, jaded and marred from torture, maiming, and murder, repeats these acts of terror on the unsuspecting, powerless, and vulnerable in society. In recent weeks, we have seen an upsurge in the rape, death, and disappearances of women and children across our towns and cities. Femicide has gripped many a family and home. LGBTI people have been attacked, brutalized, and murdered. Social media abounds with stories of strange men in unknown cars who hijacked women on their normal daily walkabout. Women, young and old, and children must live in a free, peaceful, and safe environment. LGBTI persons have the freedom to associate, express themselves, and live in accordance with their wishes without fear. These wanton acts of murder and mayhem continue unabated despite government campaigns such as those of 16 days of activism against women and children abuse. These violence acts are an indication that we are far from becoming that cohesive society we want to be. In this regard, it is critical to support and enhance the work underway in government. We need to forge strong and lasting cooperation between state organs and the people. This requires the re-establishment of networks and relations through meaningful partnerships with communities. This is a painstaking, gradual process whose outcomes can only be visible over a period of time. In partnership with the communities, government can provide material resource support to the programs and campaigns undertaken by communities. Overtures must be made to interfaith organizations to play a greater role in raising consciousness and changing individual and societal attitudes. We commend the recent weekend meeting of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress for having deliberated on this matter and for reaffirming the human freedoms of women and children. The statement of the NEC recognizes that, and I quote, "As a country, we must consistently affirm the freedom of girls, children, and women. We will have been successful in our quest to build a truly non-sexist society and dealt with the brutal effects of patriarchy when in South Africa, a young woman in the middle of the night can walk alone without fear of assault, attack, or rape going back home from wherever she comes from. While there is no single magic bullet that will do away with violence against women and children overnight, condemnation of such behavior by society alone will not resolve this problem. The ANC therefore calls to action all its structures and society at large to become actively engaged in campaigns that involve communities in the prevention of femicide, rape, and child molestation. ANC branches must actively lead a campaign to encourage the defense of the most vulnerable people in our society. We must also teach ourselves to drop the language of weakness, vulnerability, protection, and women and children, as these erode women's citizenship. We must affirm their inalienable right to justice, safety, and freedom and equality, close quote. We encourage other parties in their official structures and in different formations where they hold sway to amplify the message and join in efforts to turn this situation around. After all, as members of parliament, we have sworn an oath to the Constitution, which enjoins to protect and defend human freedoms too. Honorable Speaker, underlining the concept of social cohesion is the motivation to ensure a society that is inclusive, where individuals and groups belong together and share common values. Central to this endeavor is the attempt to develop an understanding of what holds societies or groups together and how that happens or is done. Among the values and principles inherent in our Constitution is this upholding and reaffirmation of the people's collective sentiments and views so that the electorate can, from time to time, accord those who lead it with a fresh mandate to govern. In between the elections are the imbizos in order to interact with the people and assess the effectiveness of government. In this moral remaking of our society, it is demanded that we make use of all the instruments provided for in the Constitution. It will come as no surprise to us that in the context of the debate of the Presidency's budget vote, some in the opposition would seek to turn this into a matter of the person holding the office and not the work of the office as an institution. The mandate of the legislature is to oversee the work of the executive. We often lose sight of this responsibility when, as parties, We dwell on settling scores and political vendettas with old political enemies. In the process, we fail to scrutinize the efficacy of policies and programmatic systems government has put in place. For us as members of parliament, oversight of our country's policy priorities is very critical. We have to go back to basics by building a cohesive parliament that thrives on robust debate, not abuse. Our vision of building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa remains steadfast. Our policies remain consistent with the objective of ensuring an equal, just, and democratic society. This vision, deriving from the Freedom Charter, is found in Chapter 2 of our Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The NDP is the vision and long-term plan through which we intend to realize change, build capabilities of our state and capabilities in society. The NDP urges us to work collaboratively as a nation to advance South Africa's transformation agenda. This means that civil society, religious bodies, including communities across the board, must stand in unity with government in order to build a cohesive society. A culture that protects and promotes human rights must find expression on every social platform in South Africa. Human rights ethos must also be infused in the education system, in places of worship and where we commune for economic purposes. Furthermore, the family unit is also a critical incubating platform to teach our children that the future of this country depends on their ability to respect one another. Let us implement the NDP and use it to rally to all social partners to participate in bringing about the South Africa where all who live in it can fully enjoy all the freedoms we fought for and seek to realize. The month of May is Africa Month. On May the 25th each year, we take stock of the developments in our continent, both positive and negative. The ANC, and therefore its government, has committed itself to realizing a better Africa and a better world. We are aware of numerous efforts undertaken by our government, in particular where the Presidency has acted as an envoy to ensure peace and stability. Our country continues to deploy its soldiers in the countries where war and strife reigns. Our efforts, as demonstrated through the recent state visit by His Excellency the President to the Republic of Tanzania, extend to strengthen partnership in the areas of trade and commerce. Indeed, we need to enhance greater cooperation and integration between and amongst us for our individual countries and the continent as a whole to prosper. Arguably, our continent is in a better place today than ever before. There are indications of potential growth in sub-Saharan Africa for 2017-2018. Democracy in most parts of the continent is a certainty. There is also greater cooperation and solidarity between and among the different countries. We should build on these advances and work towards achieving the AU's Vision 2063. There are, however, some members of this House who need to be reminded of the sovereignty of other nations, a value inherent in our Constitution, drawn from the Freedom Charter's clause, and I quote, "There shall be peace and friendship." In that clause, close quote, in that clause, the Charter declares that, open quote, "people of the protectorates shall determine their own future," close quote. The honorable leader of the opposition, having meddled in the affairs of another country, cries foul that the ANC and the president was silent about his deportation from Zambia. These are ramblings of someone who is ignorant of the ethos of our Constitution. It would help the honorable member to know that the principal architect of our Constitution, our former ANC president, the O.R. Tambo, said about the relations with other peoples and nations at the first Congress of the MPLA in 1977. Our former president said, and I quote, We seek to live in peace with our neighbors and the peoples of the world in conditions of equality, mutual respect, and equal advantage. Honorable members, let us work together with all our people without regard to race, class, or gender to realize the freedoms we wish all to enjoy. The presidency should continue to provide strategic leadership even in the face of the challenges confronting our nation. Brick by brick, the walls of humanity, equality, and socio-economic inclusion will be rebuilt. The ANC moves for the support of Vote 1, the presidency. I thank you.
The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaetsu, Dumelang. Like many South Africans, I grew up believing in the ANC as the party of liberation. It was the party of my parents, the party that turned this country around and set our course for a future that was infinitely better than our painful past. Back then, the ANC made life better for millions of South Africans. It brought clean water, electricity, street lights, and waste collections to places that had none. It built RDP houses all over the country. It introduced a social grant system that shielded the vulnerable from the harsh impact of poverty. In those early days, the ANC truly was the party of and for the people. But that did not last. One by one, honorable leaders made way for opportunists until nothing remained of that original movement. I could not have imagined that the party that liberated us would end up captured and corrupted. The party of Oliver Reginald Tambo, whose name is invoked by every speaker in these debates. Fellow South Africans, we will do very well to remember the words of what Albisech said about Tambo, and I quote, "Anyone claiming to speak in the name of Oliver Tambo would know that his intrinsic sense of political honor made him totally and utterly opposed to attempts by people to use the name of the struggle for material accumulation, personal or family enrichment, or individual ambition." Honorable members, every single time you mention O.R. Tambo, you remind us how far the ANC has fallen. It pains me to say that the ANC of Oliver Tambo doesn't exist anymore, and hasn't, in fact, for many years. So it begs the question, what has happened? This has happened. This president, this man happened. He killed the ANC.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Order. Honorable Maimane, can you please take your seat? Honorable Khatebe.
I'm rising on Rule 84, Honorable Speaker. The gesture of the leader of the opposition to the president and the way he refers to him as this man is not parliamentary. must be prefixed properly.
Honorable Maimane, please, I did see that gesture, and please refrain from referring to the president as this man.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Make no mistake, it was already wounded before he plunged the knife in, weakened by a culture of patronage and corruption and crippled by cadre deployment. But he struck the final blow. He wiped out Oliver Tambo's legacy to make himself rich. First, he killed the ANC, and now he is killing our country. Honorable Speaker, today we vote on the budget of the presidency. But we cannot stand here and pretend that we are voting on a budget that will serve the people of this country. Ga se madi a batho ba mo Afrika Borwa, ke madi a ga lelapa la kwa Gupta. We cannot ignore the fact that the President of the Republic has allegedly made a crooked deal with a crooked family, and now they own him. We cannot ignore the fact that the President
On a point of
appoints
order.
cabinet ministers.
On a point of
There's a
order,
point of order. Honorable Maimane, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Khatebe.
I'm rising on Rule 85. The member must come with a substantive motion if he's going to deal with this thing. He cannot just hold on the straws to come and put
Indeed,
allegations.
Honorable Maimane,
Madam Speaker.
if you are going to make accusations, please bring them in the form of a substantive motion. Yes, Honorable
Madam Speaker,
Steenhuisen.
may I draw your attention to Rule 63 of the National Assembly rules? Members of this House have freedom of speech. You spoke yesterday about the importance of a robust parliament. How on earth are we supposed to have a robust parliament if people can't even make political points in this House? The Honourable Maimane used the words allegedly, and now these are the same allegations that appear on
On
the
a
front
point of
pages
order.
of every members not to be interrupted into making a point of order.
Please leave the
On a
Honorable
point of
Steenhuisen.
order.
Please leave him to finish his point of order.
These allegations on the front pages of the newspapers of South Africa on a daily basis, how can that be permissible? But in a house where freedom of speech is supposed to be protected and enshrined, it's not possible to speak about these things.
Well, Honorable Steenhuisen, the rules of this House must prevail. If we have a rule that says when you accuse an honorable member of this House, you must do it through a substantive motion, then that's what you have to do. Please proceed, Honorable Maimane.
These are facts made in the Public Protector's report, which the President is opposing in court. He hasn't successfully found a conviction, therefore those Public Protector remedial action stand. We can't simply come here and stand and pretend.
On a point
That-
of order,
Honorable Khatebe, what is the point of order?
the very same report the honorable member is referring to is in the court now for review. So he cannot come and use that here. Thank you.
Honorable Khatebe, I'm not sure that's a point of order.
It's not.
Please proceed, Honorable Maimane.
We can't come and pretend here that the presidency is anything other than the headquarters of a Gupta empire, with President Zuma acting as a front for them. The budget we are debating here today is nothing more than a sponsorship deal for a corrupt syndicate. If we vote for it, we support a budget for a mafia shadow state. Section 85 of the Constitution says that the
On a
executive...
point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order,
Is
Honorable?
it parliamentary
Honorable
for the,
Maimane, please take your seat.
is it parliamentary for the leader of the DA to actually use the language that this is a mafia parliament to maintain the decorum of the House, the correct language needs to be used in this House?
I will look into the mafia parliament. I don't believe it's a mafia parliament because that refers to the integrity of all the honorable members of this House. But I will still rule on that afterwards. Please
fact-
proceed.
The point I made was that it's a mafia shadow state. And Section 85 of the Constitution says that the executive authority of the Republic is vested in the President. So why is it vested in Dubai? This is a budget for President Gupta. Keep that in mind when you cast your vote.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Maimane, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable
I'm still
Hadebe.
rising on Rule 84, Chair. Speaker, the President cannot be referred to as President Gupta, please.
Honorable Maimane, can you please withdraw that?
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Maimane,
Madam
there is
Speaker.
no President Gupta in this house.
So-
Can you please withdraw?
Madam
Correct.
Speaker,
Honorable Maimane, I'm still dealing with Honorable Maimane.
but you're wrong. And
Please
you've
take your seat,
misinterpreted.
Honorable
No, I won't.
Steenhuisen.
I won't take my
Take your seat.
I won't. I won't.
Honorable Maimane,
Speaker,
Honorable Maimane,
if there's no President
Honorable
Gupta,
Maimane,
if there's no
Honorable Maimane, I am talking to you. It's not the other way around. Honorable Maimane, withdraw President Gupta.
I can't. If there's no President Gupta,
Honorable Maimane, please withdraw the words President Gupta.
why? On what ground?
Because there is no President Gupta in this
So
house.
why is anyone offended?
Honorable Maimane, please withdraw President Gupta.
I
Madam
don't-
Speaker,
Honorable Steenhuisen, please don't interrupt. I'm busy with Honorable
but you
Maimane.
interrupt me all the time.
Honorable
you interrupt me
Maimane.
all the time. So don't pretend you're the saint and this you're not.
Honorable Steenhuisen, please take your seat.
I'm allowed to defend my member podium.
Honorable
I
Steenhuisen,
won't.
take your seat.
I won't. I won't.
Honorable Steenhuisen,
I
take
won't.
your seat.
I won't.
He is not going to proceed
I won't.
without withdrawing
Madam
President
Speaker.
Gupta. You must withdraw President Gupta,
He didn't
Honorable
refer to the
Maimane.
president as President Gupta. He was referring to Atul and AJ Gupta as President Gupta. It wasn't a
Honorable
reference to the president.
Maimane, please withdraw President.
Mr. Jacob Zuma is President Gupta.
I am asking you to withdraw President Gupta. Honorable Maimane, withdraw President Gupta.
Why?
Because in this house, there is no President Gupta. And I am insisting on us respecting the honor of this house.
Honorable Speaker,
Please, can you let me insist on us finishing this business of the Honorable Maimane and the words President Gupta? Because you know we're not dealing with the budget of any President Gupta. Can you please withdraw that?
This is not an NNC meeting.
Honorable Maimane,
Speaker, can I ask that we refer this matter to a rules committee?
I prevail on you to withdraw, and then you can pursue the issue of the Rules Committee after having withdrawn.
This is not an ANC caucus.
I never said it's President Zuma who's President Gupta.
Honorable Maimane, can you please assist the progress of the House by withdrawing in keeping with the ruling of the chair?
I withdraw, and yet clearly, if the shoe fits, wear it. If the shoe fits, you should wear it.
Honorable Steenhuisen, I see you are on your feet. Honorable Maimane, will you please take your seat? Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I draw your attention to Rule 26(4), if I may. Madam Speaker, you have a duty to act fairly and impartially and apply the rules with due regard to ensuring the participation of all members of all parties in a manner consistent with.
Honorable Steenhuisen, I give you your right to speak even when what you are saying is totally out of order. Honorable Maimane was referring to the he himself turned around and explained to me, I was referring to the budget of the President Gupta. And I'm saying there's no budget of President Gupta here. Can he please now please proceed, Honorable Maimane, with your speech.
Madam Chair, on a point of order. Madam Chair, on a point of order.
What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
That racist white boy there is referring to the president as that man. Who's this that man? He must refer to the president in a respectful manner.
Honorable Steenhuisen, what is the point you are standing on?
Well, Madam Speaker, if you knew your rules properly, you would have ruled that out of order immediately. But because it's an ANC member, he was allowed to proceed. You know that
Why are you on your feet?
because it is unparliamentary in terms of Rule 84 to refer to another member of this House as a racist, and secondly, to cast racial epithets. This is the same Mr. Dick who was actually calling people rented darkies this week and called the Honourable Van Damme a straatmate, and he's been allowed to get away with it.
If
When are you gonna protect us?
if only you could sometimes give a space for the chair to deal with issues of the House.
Gotta be
Please take your seat.
You gotta be kidding me.
Take your seat. Honorable Dirks, can you please withdraw the racist term because it is unparliamentary to use that term against a member of the House?
Honourable Speaker, I withdraw the racist term, but he must withdraw calling the president that man. He must withdraw.
Please, let's allow Honorable Maimane to proceed now.
Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Yeah.
Honorable Waters?
May I address you?
Sure.
Speaker, the Honourable Dix also said that the Honourable Steenhuisen was a white boy. So first of all, casting racial aspersions on a person. And boy also has a certain connotation, as you would know. So he's got to withdraw the white and the boy unconditionally as well. Thank you.
Can you please withdraw white boy? He is an honorable member.
Madam Speaker.
Even when he doesn't say honorable things, but you refer to him as an honorable member.
This is not ANC chairperson.
Honorable Derst, can you please withdraw white boy?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that. I didn't know it is not a boy, so I'm withdrawing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I drew your attention to Rule 84. You've accused me of saying dishonourable things. I'm an honourable member of this House, and I think it's unacceptable for you as the Speaker of the House to accuse another member of saying dishonourable things, and I would ask you to withdraw it.
I said...
All members are
I said even when.
Exactly.
Even when. Honorable Maimane,
Madam Speaker,
I now
please will you withdraw that I said dishonourable things in this
no,
House?
Honorable Steenhuisen, you are
Well,
not
then I
going
would
to
say
dictate.
that you are a dishonourable
You
speaker.
will not dictate to the
Well,
chair.
you are a dishonourable speaker.
On a point of order.
You are
Honourable-
a disgusting
On a point of
person.
order.
And you should be thrown out of the House by the white shirts.
Honorable
point of order.
Steenhuisen. You should go for anger management, I think.
On a point of order.
Honorable Khatebe, can we please allow Honorable Maimane to proceed and
Madam
finish
Speaker,
with
if I
his
need to go
finish?
for anger management, you need some serious sessions of psychiatry.
No, order, Chair.
On
Order,
a point
Chair.
of order.
Order, Chair.
Honorable Khatebe.
Order, Chair. Order, Speaker. Order, Speaker, order.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Speaker,
this cannot be allowed, Honorable Steenhuisen, to misconduct himself like that. The names that he has called you is really dishonest of this House. And we cannot be able to allow this thing of his behavior. Especially when women of this country are being abused. He continued to abuse you as a woman of this country. It shows his dishonest and Well, I can call the
This
name.
is not an ANC meeting.
Really out of order.
On a point of,
Honorable member, it's okay. Can we please all take our seats and allow the honorable, the leader of the opposition, to finish up his speech?
For a party that stands for non-racialism, this is a brand new law. It indicates very clearly that we come here and we say some things, but inherently we want to divide this nation on the basis of the color of the people of this country. Let South Africans always be aware. Fellow South Africans, our nation is facing a crisis. 9 million people wake up every day not knowing where they're going to find work. We have a junk status economy, and investors are leaving our country all the time. Our education system in this country is considered amongst the very worst in the world. Our children disappear every day. Women are being raped and murdered every single day. But sadly, these are the things we ought to be focusing on and talking about. But instead, we come here to come and raise spurious points of order, and a president who comes to ask for a budget simply so that he can sustain his own personal project at the expense of the people of this country. Fellow South Africans, I am sick to death of reading every weekend emails about how our state has been sold off to someone else. I would rather be reading about the vision of our country. I remind you here and now, he, because I can't address to him as a man or a woman, he has killed the ANC. We will not allow him to kill South Africa.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Is the leader of the DA ready to take a question?
Are you ready to take a question, Honorable Maimane? No, he's not prepared to.
I want to ask the question as to whether he's a pessimist.
No, allow him to please proceed with his speech.
It begs the question, what did you, the ANC, do about it? Because it was well within your power to stop him. If you had the will and the conviction to do the right thing, to do your sworn duty to your country, you could have stopped him. If you could see beyond the factional battles and loyalties, the perks of privileges, the Gupta party line, you would have stopped him. But you weren't prepared to do that, were you? Because if you were, you would have done so a long time ago. You had plenty of opportunities, fellow members. On 6 occasions in the past 7 years, you could have supported a motion of no confidence in President Zuma, but you didn't. You could have recalled him when the Constitutional Court found that he'd violated the Constitution, but you didn't. You could have removed him from the office when the state of capture report implicated him in corruption on a grand scale, but you didn't. You could have removed him over this weekend when there were thousands of emails that came out linking him to a corrupt Gupta regime. But you didn't. When many of you sat here and were being recalled and reshuffled and moved, you could have removed him, but you didn't. So, se se mpontshang se ke gore bo botlhe le tshwana le ene. Niafana, it's one and the same thing. You've rallied behind him every single time. It's President Zuma first, South Africa last. It's the Guptas first, South Africa last. It's the ANC first, South Africa last. In fact, it's corruption first, South Africa last. Honorable members, many of you who sit in these benches had the courage to remove the apartheid government. I'm amazed that you lack the courage today to remove one individual. You have shown South Africa your true colors. You have shown us that South Africa does not have a President Zuma problem. It doesn't even have a Gupta problem. It has an ANC problem. The truth is that President Zuma and the ANC are one and the same thing. That's why the ANC can never fix itself. And a new leader at the top will just be a new front for the same corruption, for the same looting. You have left South Africans with no choice but to vote the ANC out of government. The ANC's funeral will be held in 2019 because it is in fact already dead. Fellow South Africans, we dare not languish in hopelessness. When things fall apart, in fact, they fall into place. President Zuma may have killed the ANC, but we will not let him kill South Africa. We have a vision for South Africa. And it's a South Africa that has reinvented itself and it is flourishing under a new government. We have a vision for a South Africa that belongs to all that live in it, that work in it. An economy that can be inclusive so that more South Africans can find work. Where the concentration of wealth is not in a few individuals, but in all the hands of South Africans. We have a vision for South Africa where every young person can find opportunities to become whatever they want to become, born on the values of freedom, fairness, and opportunity. A vision that requires allies from across, that requires the cooperation of every party and every South Africans who share our dream for a forward-looking, inclusive South Africa. It will, fellow South Africans, also require the collaboration of the good men and women who remain in the benches to my right, who are still torn between their love for our country and their loyalty for a party that no longer exists. This is not about the color of your skin or the t-shirt you wear. It is about a patriotism and a love for this country. And all that matters is that you must want the best for the 56 million South Africans who call this place home. Anyone who agrees with these values that form the foundation of our plan to rebuild South Africa is welcome on board. These values are simply values of constitutionalism, an inclusive economy that grows, non-racialism, a capable state, and zero tolerance for corruption. If we can agree on these values, then we can work together to build the country that we want to be in, where there's no corruption, where there's no stealing, where there's no state capture, and when there are no Guptas. Fellow South Africans, we have allies in the opposition benches. And I know we have allies in business, in labor, in civil society, and in churches. And I'm counting on allies even in members of the ANC who are in these benches. Because truth is, if you want the same things that we want for our country, if you cannot stand that what has happened under President Zuma and the Guptas, then we should be on the same side. Then we should stand together to build a post-ANC South Africa. In this South Africa, we will put the education of our children by supporting poor schools so that they become centers of excellence. No child must be left behind. No union must be more powerful than our children. We will work to build a range of education, of training, and work opportunities for our young people. In this post-ANC South Africa, we will recognize the important role that investors and entrepreneurs play in creating jobs and fighting poverty. We will ensure that we have a jobs and justice funds that in fact stimulates micro-enterprise, and helps to bring justice to South Africa, particularly for those who are left behind. We will modernize our economy and will invest in industries that make us globally competitive. In this post-ANC South Africa, we will double the police force and we will secure our borders, and we will in fact make sure that we look at ways to attract skills and talents from all across the country. Our women and children will be safe in a post-ANC South Africa. We will, fellow South Africans, choose our global friends and will stand with them in times of needs, not Bashir. We will stand with people like our Zambian counterpart, Hakainde Hichilema, who was thrown in jail by a corrupt government. He will know in a post-ANC South Africa that we stand for human rights and will stand against corrupt governments in our continent. In this post-ANC South Africa, we will do everything we can.
Order, Honorable Maimane. Can
Honorable
you take your
Speaker,
seat? Yes, Honorable.
The leader of the DA is
Please take a
misleading.
seat, Honorable Maimane.
The leader of the DA is misleading Parliament and the public, pretending as if there's no governance now, as if there will only be governance when the DA comes
Honorable,
into so-called power
that's not
in
a point of
2019,
order,
which is
Honorable
just an
Member.
illusion.
It's not a point of order, it's a point of view and a point of debate. Please proceed, Honorable Maimane.
Fellow South Africans, don't lose hope. They are screaming because they are nervous about post-2019. And in this post-ANC South Africa, we will do everything we can to create opportunities for people to stand on their own 2 feet and escape the dependency of social grants. But for those who need them, we will double the grant income in South Africa. In this post-ANC South Africa, we will elect a president who will use the presidency budget to serve the people, not to fight endless legal battles so he can stay out of jail. Fellow South Africans, this is our plan to bring our country back on track. And already parts of it are underway. Our new coalition governments in Johannesburg, Tshwane, and Nelson Mandela Bay are already making inroads into reversing the damage left behind in those cities. In these metros, we've tarred new roads, launched new metro police, a narcotics unit, a canine unit, handed over thousands of title deeds, launched new housing projects, and in fact, here in the city of Cape Town, we've allowed for unemployed South Africans to travel on our bus system so they can find work. Coalition governments are never easy, but we will work to make sure they prosper. It will require a big shift in the way we think, and it will require many of you to accept that the ANC you once knew no longer exists. Jacob Zuma killed South Africa, killed the ANC. We won't let him kill America.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The leader of the opposition just referred to the president in his first name terms, and then it is unparliamentary.
I will rephrase. Mr. Jacob Zuma killed the ANC. We will not let him kill South Africa. I thank you.
The Honorable, the Minister in the Presidency.
Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency President of the Republic, the Honorable Deputy President, honorable members, the DJ in the Presidency, members of staffs, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow South Africans. This year, our country, Africa, and indeed the world celebrate the birth of President Oliver Tambo. Our President, in his State of the Nation address, dedicated to 2017 as the year in honor of this visionary and revolutionary leader of South African people. To honor this icon of our liberation struggle, we owe it to our people to work together to achieve the vision of our Constitution to transform our country into a more equitable, integrated, and just society. Oliver Tambo dedicated his life to the liberation of the black majority from apartheid colonialism, inspired by the values of democracy, non-racialism, and equality. Tambo advocated a vision of a South Africa in which all our people live and work together as equals in conditions of peace and prosperity. To remember Oliver Tambo is to remind ourselves that until the black majority fully enjoy the fruits of freedom, both political and economic freedom, the vision and the mission of President OR will not have been fulfilled. Honorable members, we are on course towards realizing Tambo's vision, a vision that is inscribed in our Constitution, which OR inspired so much. South Africa is now a stable and peaceful country. Our democracy is thriving. Our Constitution protects the rights and the freedoms of all its citizens. Our economy is functional and continues to attract global investor interest because it has unlimited opportunities and huge potential to grow faster and to be inclusive for all South African people. Our programs for socio-economic development are in motion, including our infrastructure capital investment program. We have expanded access to basic services, to health, education, and social protection, and through this, we are containing extreme poverty amongst our people. Our challenges. The progressive changes that we are working to bring about are long-term, and despite all these achievements, we are confronted with many challenges and our progress is uneven. The humility and honesty to acknowledge our shortcomings is a key trademark of leadership Oliver Tambo gave us throughout the challenging years he was at the helm of our liberation movement, and also as we embark on reconstruction and nation building in South Africa. This is also the injunction of his fellow African revolutionary, Amilcar Cabral, who said, "Tell no lies and claim no easy victories." In this year's State of the Nation address in February, the President said, 22 years into our freedom and democracy, the majority of black people are still economically disempowered. They are dissatisfied with the economic gains from liberation. Whilst households earn at least 5 times more than black households, according to Stats SA. This situation with regards to the ownership of the economy also mirrors that of household incomes. The pace of transformation in the workplace, the implementation of affirmative action policies as required by the Employment Equity Act also remains very slow. The skewed nature of ownership and leadership patterns needs to be corrected. There can be no sustainability in any economy if the majority is excluded in this manner. Our National Development Plan Vision 2030 and radical socio-economic transformation. Members, we have adopted the National Development Plan, our Vision 2030, precisely to help us to focus our efforts in tackling the core challenges as well as obstacles to attaining a just and a prosperous South African society. The plan provides us a more coordinated and consistent steer to our programs and interventions based on measurable evidence. Socio-economic development requires far-sighted leadership. This is what inspired the National Development Plan, which was produced by the National Planning Commission as an independent body of experts appointed by President Zuma with the task to consult our society and key stakeholders in that process. We commend our parliament and all political parties who in August 2012 adopted the NDP in consensus on behalf of the people of South Africa. To remind us of the bold goals we have set for ourselves as a nation, the NDP commits us by 2030 to eradicate absolute poverty by uplifting the 30% of our people who live below the poverty line, to reduce unemployment rate to 6%, to significantly reduce inequality from 0.69 to 0.60 Gini coefficient through a range of policy interventions. Our government has to play a leading role in the implementation of the NDP, and in this regard, Cabinet wasted no time in ensuring that the goals and targets of this plan are integrated into our government's medium-term strategic framework, the MTSF, for the electoral period 2014 to 2019, as the first 5-year implementation program of the NDP. The MTSF is a transparent presentation to all South African citizens of the work of government, of the actions that are being undertaken, and the outcomes that we seek, and what is being done and measured towards realizing the goals and the vision of the NDP. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the DPME, has the task to ensure that the strategies and the annual plans of national and provincial departments are aligned to and advance the long-term goals and priorities of the NDP. On this basis, the department monitors the implementation of the NDP and reports quarterly to Cabinet and to the public through our website, as well as through branding and communication campaign that is being stepped up. All of this, honorable members, is part of institutionalizing proper evidence-based planning across the whole of our government and to lay the basis for effective implementation as well as accountability as individual departments as well as government as a collective. The midterm scorecard. Our midterm review of the implementation of the NDP shows that while we continue to make progress on a number of fronts, in particular on the provision of basic services to millions of our people who were previously denying them, on education, on health, on security, to name a few, our performance and delivery can be enhanced. We can prioritize better. We can utilize our limited resources more efficiently and more effectively. Let me share with you some of the numbers that State SA has confirmed. On quality basic education, almost universal access to basic education at 98.8% of 7 to 15-year-olds are attending education institutions in our country. Mathematics and the trends in international mathematics and science study scores have improved the most, from 285 in 2003 to 372 in 2015. The international midpoint is 400. Southern and Eastern African Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality scores have also improved from 494.8 in 2010 to 587.2 in 2015. On health, the President has spoken about the life expectancy. Just to add that State SA is projecting and estimating that this year the overall life expectancy will rise to 67 years. On child health has also improved, with under 5 mortality decreasing from 56 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2009 to 37 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2015. Maternal mortality ratio has also improved from 302 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2008 to 132 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2014. On higher education and training, the number of qualifying TVET students obtaining financial assistance annually has increased from 188,182 in 2012 to 235,988 in 2015. The number of students enrolled in public higher education studies at universities has increased from 950,000 in 2012 to 985,202 in 2015. On human settlements, from 2014 to 2016, access to housing has dramatically improved. Housing delivered by the state has increased by 295,179 additional units. 176,423 title deeds have already been transferred to homeowners, thereby reducing the previous backlog of 820,000. On delivery of basic services, 724,430 additional households have been connected to electricity, 52,778 are connected to non-grid, 305,100 additional households have received access to water. On social protection, more than 16 million beneficiaries have access to social grants, which is 91% of eligible beneficiaries. Honorable members, on the economy, indeed, our greatest challenge is in the performance of the economy, which continues to be stuck in low growth and which remains largely untransformed, this in the face of growing unemployment, particularly among the youth, and in the face of continuing black economic disempowerment. The emphasis on radical socio-economic transformation must be understood against this background. Radical socio-economic transformation must be reflected in the intent, in the content, in faster pace of implementation of all policies and programs guided by the National Development Plan. As the President said in this year's State of the Nation address, this requires all of us as government to exploit to the maximum the strategic levers at the disposal of the state. Government is tasked by our citizens to legislate and regulate the economy and society to progress and transform it in accordance with the vision of our Constitution, to ensure, amongst others, that the national budget, which currently averages 1.6 trillion rand per annum, as well as state-owned companies, are accordingly aligned for this purpose amongst those strategic levers. In this regard, at its August 2016 Lihotla, Cabinet decided that DPME must work with National Treasury to review government expenditure and plans prior to the start of the formal budget process to ensure that the budget receives stronger political guidance and support government's priorities. This exercise will culminate in a budget mandate paper which will be produced annually prior to the allocation of budget by National Treasury. This will ensure, honorable members, that the national budget strongly supports the National Development Plan as well as more effectively serving as a stimulus for private sector investment and broader transformation. Honorable members, it is also crucial that we continue to pay attention to enhancing the capacity of our developmental state to implement the NDP and advance radical socio-economic transformation. To this end, we need to accelerate the professionalization of the public service, strengthening planning, delivery, and accountability mechanisms across all departments and spheres, developing a consistent strategy to engage the private sector and other sectors in society in implementing the NDP. On Operation Phakisa, as the President has indicated, since the launch of Phakisa in 2010, there is good progress that has happened. In the oceans economy, we have unlocked about 7.3 billion rand in both public and private sector investment, and a total of 6,952 jobs haven't been created. On ICT in education, there's been a deployment of devices in schools, such as mobile trolley tablets, to learners at 2,884 schools, 221 special schools, and in 125 teacher resource centers. And all this, as well as e-content, to about 978 schools. On the Ideal Clinic, of the target of 2,823 facilities by 2019, already 824 have reached the ideal status clinic. On the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Initiative and North-South Corridor, by 2050, it is projected that Africa will have the same population as China and India combined, with rising consumer demand from a growing middle class, and African cities will be booming. It is therefore important that in order to achieve this as a continent, we must close the annual $50 billion infrastructure financing gap, relying amongst others on our own domestic resources, not least Africa's pension funds, which are estimated at $1.3 trillion by 2025. Honorable members, To advance radical socio-economic transformation, we must rededicate ourselves to the NDP and to accelerating its implementation, paying due attention to the role of the private sector, organized labor, and other sectors of South African society. In this connection, our society as a whole is called upon to actively participate in the quest to craft our future that we want for this beautiful country. We must hasten the implementation of programs to achieve equitable ownership of the economy and redress the spatial segregation inequities through land redistribution. We must place nation building and social cohesion at the center of increased interaction amongst all South Africans from different social and racial backgrounds to advance our common humanity. Together, we need to grow strong leadership across society and mobilize our people to be active and responsible citizens to address all challenges that we face. We need to foster the creation of meaningful, sustainable social contracts which should propel our country onto a higher developmental and economic growth trajectory characterized by equity as well as inclusive and shared growth. Honorable members, there are no simple solutions to the question of economic emancipation in our country. We must fight with everything that we have to free ourselves from the bondage of apartheid that manifest in the problems of poverty, unemployment, and health outcomes, landlessness, and spatial segregation that we still confront. We must be focused, stay the course, intensifying the implementation of our programs guided by the NDP, and act in unity and acting in partnership. I wish to close with a quote from the Reconstruction and Development Program, the first overarching policy framework that was adopted by this democratic government in 1994. I quote, "By an election victory is only a first step. No political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. Attacking poverty and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government," close quote. That imperative, honorable members, remains true today as it did then in 1994 and is carried through in the Vision 2030, our National Development Plan, a program for radical socio-economic transformation. Let us all make it happen. The ANC supports budget vote 1, and I thank you.
Honorable Schenker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, Your Excellency, our President, Your Excellency, Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, there is a fatal flaw in the budget of the Presidency. The purpose of this budget is to facilitate the enhanced integrity of the state. But it will be used to support a president whose actions have consistently undermined that integrity. We cannot afford the bureaucratic philosophy that the wheels must be kept turning no matter how broken the car. We need to stop the car. I will not speak today on current issues, Deputy Speaker, vis-à-vis the President, such as the credit rating downgrades, the midnight cabinet reshuffle, or alleged plans to relocate the first family to Dubai. Instead, I will speak about the work of the Presidency, for it is floundering under our President's leadership. The most important thing, honorable members, and the most important prominent failing is its handling of the National Development Plan. I've repeatedly said that if the National Development Plan was implemented, it would be a great legacy for the President. But it is not being implemented. Indeed, Even our Deputy Chief Whip testified that we must do so now after extolling the National Development Revolution before that. The NDP was meant to reduce unemployment. Instead, unemployment has risen 26%. It was meant to grow the GDP by 5.4% annually, but so far growth has averaged 1.5%. It was meant to reduce poverty, but more than half of our population now struggles with food insecurity. It was also meant to reduce inequality, but South Africa now boasts the highest inequality in the world. Why has the implementation of the NDP been delayed? The cost to our country is unconscionable. Equally unconscionable is the President's delayed response to the state capture report. Is it still being reviewed or simply ignored? And why is the inexplicable delay in appointing commissions of inquiry, even when there is a prima facie evidence of wrongdoing, as was the case with ESCOM, for instance? The IFA called for a commission of inquiry right from the start, but the President said no. I'm distressed, I must say, by the Tower of Babel in Africa's oldest liberation movement, the African National Congress. So during SONA, the President chanted radical economic transformation. But yesterday, the Deputy President warned of a hidden agenda behind this chant, for it may be used to plunder the resources of the state. Who should we listen to? I would like to get a response for that. What the President said, the theme of the President was actually the radical transformation, but we were warned against it yesterday by the Deputy President. Whenever we debate this budget, the IFU will ask, why is there no oversight committee? We have not had the benefit of interrogating the accounting officer, like in all departments, as we do with all the budgets. Why not? With a President so adept at avoiding accountability, surely oversight is a basic necessity. The IFE cannot support the budget or any future budget until Parliament is able to properly interrogate the details before we come to this House. Mr. President, let me hold you accountable. On Monday, you told traditional leaders that in November 2000, Cabinet rejected a recommendation to amend the Constitution to protect the role, powers, and functions of traditional leaders. But I sat in the Cabinet at that time, and that so-called recommendation was never tabled before Cabinet, because it was, in fact, a firm commitment, which was made by an ad hoc committee appointed by the Cabinet. You chaired that committee, Mr. President, and you never honored that commitment. You'll be remembered for that. Those are the simple facts of the matter. I know you wish I should stop speaking. I remember how, after decades of my working with Ms. Oliver Tambo, Mrs. John Kandi Meng suddenly said in the ANC Mission Exile, Gaja is the snake that poisons South Africa. That needs to be hit on the head. Is that what happened last week in Ngutu? The ANC's top leadership descended on Ngutu, and as a backup plan, 10 buses were hired in Durban for extra mischief. I have the invoice. I know it happened, and it is the usual bag of tricks. The only reason I have survived, Your Excellency, the only reason why I survived all that is because I'm a protege of Dr. Pixiga Isagaseme, the founder of this movement, of Inkosi Albert Luthuli. I was mentored by giants of this movement, such as Bishop Alpheus Zulu, Canon James Kalata, Walter Sisulu, Z.K. Matthews, and other stalwarts of the ANC. So, sir, as long as I breathe, I will not keep silent. I'm sorry that I cannot say everything that's in my chest in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Deputy President. Deputy Speaker, President Jacob Zuma, Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members, distinguished guests, I stand here to support this presidency budget vote. Deputy Speaker, this month marks the 105th anniversary of the birth of one of South Africa's greatest sons in our country, Isitwalandwe Walter Ulyate Sisulu. One of the key architects of our freedom, Walter Sisulu was by nature and by conviction a unifier, but he was also a consensus builder. There is much that we can learn from him in terms of the way and the ability that he had, which he displayed always, of addressing challenging problems and to confront issues in a way that he always found solutions. I remember very fondly the simplicity that he had, the warmth, and the natural way in which he got people to work together to reach consensus. He worked throughout his life to draw people together, people who sometimes had completely different approaches to issues and to challenges, but he always found a way of getting them to work together and to reach consensus. Walter Sisulu's words after the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955 come to mind. He said it was not for nothing that thousands of South Africans from all walks of life, from all races, people from different political outlooks, religious beliefs, different social status, traveled to take part in the greatest assembly ever known in our country, the Congress of the People. He said that these men and women came in response to a clarion call to meet and to plan the future of their country as they would like to see it. It should not be out of place to suggest, Deputy Speaker, that members of Parliament, all of us here, we are here in response to a historic clarion call from our people as a whole to meet and to plan the future of our country as our people would like to see it. We are required, sitting here as members of Parliament, to work together in a common cause for the realization of the vision that was well articulated by the drafters of the Freedom Charter. The aspirations that were set out by our forebears in the Freedom Charter are now deeply embedded and entrenched in our Constitution. We are required by that Constitution to be bold, drawing our conviction and courage from our forebears as we continue to plan the future of our country, because the shadow of our terrible past has not yet receded and the challenges that confront our people are still substantial, making the tasks that we need to undertake rather urgent. We must therefore be bold and act with haste, because despite the significant achievements of the past 23 years of democracy, there are still children in our country who still go hungry. There are South Africans who've been looking for work for their entire lives. There are people who die from diseases that are preventable and treatable. We must therefore act with determination, because the legacy of land dispossession Bantu education, migrant labor, and low wages continues to this day to define the life prospects of millions of our people. It is only through united action and working together, as Walter Sisulu enjoined us to do, through collaboration, through partnership, and through dialogue, that we will be able to put an end to 365 years of hunger, misery, and want. We know from our history, from our struggle for democracy, from the Congress of the People, and from the drafting of our Constitution, that we have the capacity for bold and determined and united action. It can be done, but only if we work together. Working together in various endeavors of social, political, and economic interaction has become what I would call the new normal around the world. Leaders and policymakers who ignore this tried and tested approach to addressing and resolving problems do so at the peril of preventing societies from moving to higher levels of progress and development. I have seen over the past year how working together can achieve great outcomes on a number of issues where positive outcomes were thought to be impossible. Positive outcomes can be achieved if we do draw on the energies of the stakeholders to address challenges that face our people, be they how to grow an inclusive economy, to build skills and capabilities, enhance the capacity of the state, and promote leadership and partnerships throughout society. It can be done, but only if we forge new ways of working together that involve all South Africans in a common struggle to fundamentally transform our economy and our society. South Africans, honorable members, are evolving ways of working together in a number of areas and endeavors. They are finding new opportunities to forge new partnerships, to come up with new initiatives, and to create space for collective effort. The initiatives we are continuously implementing are based on a clear vision and a strategic plan that is based on the NDP. Our vision is a vision that has legs, and it is not based on empty promises, such as saying that if they come into power, they will double the social grants that our people are getting. That is an empty promise. Our initiatives are founded on sound policies that are not based on sound bites. Our vision and initiatives that we embark upon are not based on platitudes that are articulated so as to grab the headlines of newspapers. Our vision touches and changes the lives of our people, as I will demonstrate. A few examples of how our work has enhanced several efforts that many South Africans are involved in with regard to working together to forge effective social compacts come to mind. Earlier this year, the social partners at NEDLAC reached an unprecedented and historic agreement on labor stability and the introduction of a national minimum wage. Many of us thought that the differences between the social partners, particularly a militant labor movement and a business class whose main focus is profit, would stand in the way of reaching agreement. Following 2 years of intensive engagement following President Zuma's instruction to us to reach agreement on this matter, labor, business, community, as well as the business sector and government were able to reach agreement. although each of the social partners at times advanced vastly different positions, they all remained committed to an outcome that would best serve the interests of the people of South Africa. The consensus that was reached by all social partners on the national minimum wage enabled me to answer a question that was posed to me by Mr. Sello Molefe from KZN, who I met at a door-to-door campaign, and he asked me a question on why the minimum wage had been pegged at 20 Rand an hour and not at a much higher level. It was during that conversation with Mr. Molefe that I explained that whilst it would have been ideal and desirable to peg the minimum wage at a much higher level, it would have resulted in many more people losing their jobs. Following this explanation, Mr. Molefe said he understood the reasons for the agreements that were reached and appreciated the tremendous impact these agreements would have on the incomes of well over 6 million South Africans who have been laboring under wage poverty. He also said he understood that this landmark agreement forms a foundation for the struggle to continue to gradually rid South Africa of income inequality and move South Africa towards the living wage. From the 1st of May next year, when the national minimum wage is introduced, people like Mr. Molefe will be among those workers who will experience the real benefits of the national minimum wage dispensation. They will experience the real benefits of dialogue, of inclusion, of consensus building, and collaboration. Deputy Speaker, there are other areas where we see the emerging green shoots of social compacting. One of these is the Youth Employment Initiative, which we have dubbed YES, which is aimed at the challenge of youth unemployment in our country. This scheme will draw on the resources and capabilities as well as commitment of business, government, and labor to provide paid internships and learnerships for up to 1 million young South Africans over a 3-year period across the economy. For the proposed youth employment service to be successful, we are calling on all companies in our country to participate in this YES initiative by providing the internships, the mentorships, and the learnerships that are necessary for the transition of young people into the world of work. On skills development, we are pleased that a number of companies recognize the importance of making meaningful intervention on developing the skills of our young people. It is this recognition that we have encouraged and that has inspired a number of leading companies to form partnerships with various TVET colleges across the country. Through these partnerships, companies are providing resources and skills to institutions that are critical to the skills revolution that our country must necessarily undergo. As a result of these partnerships, colleges are producing young people with skills that are needed, that are relevant, and that are also appropriate for industry. It was during a Human Resource Development Council visit, HRDC visit to one of these colleges, the Flavius Mareka TVET College in Sasolburg, that I met Refilwe Magolo, a remarkable young woman with great dreams. Refilwe comes from Excelsior, a very small farming town in the Free State. She was raised by her grandparents in a poverty-stricken environment. She joined the National Rural Youth Service Corps, Nazareth, and acquired basic skills that then paved her way to a TVET college, and she is on a 3-year training program to qualify as an artisan specializing in electrical engineering. Now, through her determination and through the collaboration in the TVET College, Business and Government, Refilwe has been able to gain critical technical skills and essential work experience. Soon, Refilwe will join the ever-expanding ranks of those young people with the specialist skills required to drive the industrialization of our economy forward. It was also in this house last year that I described a pleasant encounter I had at another TVET college, the Ekurhuleni West TVET College in Gauteng, where I met young Palesa Hlalele, a highly motivated 22-year-old woman who has now completed her studies in engineering and automotive design. She told us that her ambition, Mr. President, is to be a diesel mechanic and in future to be able to design, assemble, operate, and maintain these big yellow earth-moving equipment. We saw how her story of determination reinforces the importance of the significant investment we are making in TVET colleges. We call upon companies across the country that they should join this growing movement of adopting TVET colleges. Through such partnerships, young people will be able to access internships and apprenticeships much more easily. Even during these trying and difficult economic times, we will need to reprioritize our budget so that colleges are provided with the necessary infrastructure and technical expertise. Closer collaboration between industry and TVET colleges will help ensure that the curricula in those colleges is more relevant and responsive to the needs of industry. Globally, colleges all over the world thrive much easier when they are linked to industry and to various businesses. This is a kind of collaboration that will move South Africa forward and liberate our young people from unemployment. Over the course of last year, Deputy Speaker, more than 700,000 South Africans were engaged in a number of public employment programs where they were providing essential public services while receiving a stipend income and at the same time gaining work experience and acquiring skills that many of them have learned and now become employable in various industries. These programs are made possible by the collaboration between communities, the civil society, and the state in its various components, local government, provincial government, and national government. These employment programs are responsible for touching and improving the lives of millions of our people, like Yandiswa Stemela, whom I met at the Community Works program in Orange Farm. A mother of 3, Yandiswa joined the Community Works program in 2010, cleaning alleyways, clearing dumping sites, and cutting grass, conducting menial tasks like that. An assignment as a cleaner in one of their site offices led Yandiswa to develop an interest in computers. Despite the fact that she had never seen one before, she fell in love with computers. Through the program, Yandiswa developed her computer skills and was given data capturing and administrative duties. And today, she is a full-time Community Works program site administrator, providing her with the means to support her children and her family, the skills to advance her career and the motivation to mentor 4 other young people who are also involved in the program. Today, she is one of the many South African women who, thanks to the power of partnership and collaboration and through sheer strength of will, are improving their lives and the lives of their families. Deputy Speaker, when I speak about, almost in singular terms, about these wonderful human beings, I want you to project in your head that we are essentially talking about thousands of South Africans who are being touched by these programs on a daily and on an ongoing basis. Another young woman whose life has been transformed is Dr. Nkumisa Jilata from Mthatha in the Eastern Cape, who at the age of 29 has just become Africa's youngest neurosurgeon. A fortnight ago, she graduated from the University of Pretoria, where she specialized after completing a Bachelor of Medicine at the Walter Sisulu University. And in doing so, she has become the 6th black female neurosurgeon in South Africa. Another area where we've seen the value of collaboration, leadership, and patience and understanding is through the work we are doing through SANAC. Someone else who has paved the way for other young women through her determination to live and succeed is Prudence Mabale, who I met through the South African National AIDS Council. Prudence was diagnosed with HIV in 1990 when she was a university student. Showing great resilience and steely determination, she decided that she would not allow HIV to kill her. She was unable to access antiretroviral treatment for many years and eventually started treatment at a public health care facility in 2005. For much of the past 3 decades, Prudence has fought a struggle, not just for herself, but for millions of South Africans who live with HIV. She co-founded the influential National Association of People Living with HIV and the Powerful Positive Women's Network, and is an activist of the Treatment Action Campaign. She is an organizer, an agitator, an activist, and a valued collaborator. And in many ways, the progress we have made in our struggle against AIDS is one of the foremost instances of a social compact at work, as well as exhibited through Prudence's life. In developing the new strategic plan on HIV, TB, and STIs, which was launched in March this year, we had to draw on the insights, the experience, the learnings, and the concerns of dozens of different partners, different organizations, and individuals, such as Prudence. We had to consider the needs of many different diverse constituencies. We needed to ensure that all had a place and that all also had a voice. We have seen the importance of getting people to determine their own destiny through collaboration. The achievements we celebrate in our national response to AIDS, to the AIDS epidemic, bears testimony to the virtue of working together, talking together with care and understanding. Honorable members, in another area of work, we started a program to replicate high-performance integrated delivery services across the country. For any government to succeed, it needs to be deeply entrenched in the communities it exists to serve. Since 2014, we have been working with a number of provinces to replicate Operation Sugumasake, which was originated in KZN as a best practice model of integrated service delivery. Operation Sukuma Sakhe is a model of a government existing and living amongst its people. We are pleased that many provinces continuously share their best practice experiences and are also providing regular progress updates to the Presidential Coordinating Council meetings. Where we are performing exceptionally well, we want to ensure that we share experiences, we share insights, we share practices so that we create a rising tide of excellence across everything that we do as a government and as a people. As Africa Month draws to a close today, we reflect that the freedom and the democracy we enjoy today is partly a consequence of the huge sacrifices that the peoples of various countries on the continent made in the struggle against apartheid. As South Africa, we continue to work with our sister African countries, the African Union and the United Nations to contribute meaningfully to conflict resolution and post-conflict reconstruction and development. It is in this context that we continue on behalf of SADC to facilitate the achievement of peace and stability in the Kingdom of Lesotho. It is generally agreed that Lesotho, as well as that Lesotho itself must move towards the solution that has been crafted by SADC as it faces the challenges that it has always faced. It is now agreed that the decisions that were taken by the Troika, the SADC Troika, should be implemented. We wish the people of Lesotho the very best as they go to their elections on the 3rd of June. We trust that the election will create the necessary climate for the full implementation of the SADC decisions that I was speaking about. We express the hope that these elections will be free and fair and will represent an expression of the democratic will of the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Soon after the election of a new government, a multi-stakeholder dialogue forum of the people of Lesotho will be convened to address the constitutional and security issues that SADC agreed that Lesotho should address. And this will deal with their constitution, it will deal with the way their parliament functions, it will deal with the issues that have bedeviled that country with regard to the security issues. And through this dialogue, we are hoping and trusting that the people of Lesotho will embrace the solutions that all of them will come up with. This forum will be aimed at building consensus and trust amongst all stakeholders in the Kingdom of Lesotho and ensure a renewed commitment to the full implementation of the SADC decisions. We will do so appreciating from our own experience the value of dialogue and cooperation in resolving intractable conflict. It is the same experience that informs our work in working to advance peace and stability in South Sudan as well. As I conclude, allow me to extend a word of gratitude to the remarkable young women who have allowed me to tell a part of their lives, a part of their stories here today. These wonderful, and may I add, beautiful young women I was referring to, they being Refilwe Mokgolo, Palesa Tlalele, Yandiswa Stimela, Nkumisa Jilata, and Prudence Mabele, are here in the house as our special guests. And I would like them to stand up so that we can see them, because they are our partners in building a new South Africa. We would like to thank you as you are standing for inspiring us, for motivating us, and for challenging us with your lives and your determination. Thank you for demonstrating what is possible with perseverance, with courage, and partnership as well. Thank you most of all for coming to be here at this Parliament today. We thank you dearly for being with us today. Thank you very much. We applaud these young ladies for being role models for their peers and for demonstrating that South Africa is a land that is pregnant with endless possibility. Right now, our country needs solutions that will help us to renew and grow. But these solutions will only present themselves if we listen with our hearts to the cries and aspirations of our people. We must dream, we must hope, and we must build again. As the celebrated Nigerian author Ben Okri puts it, the most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, to love, and may I add, to dream as well. Ben Okri's words must live in the lives of young people who are in the public gallery, and many others are here, and to millions of others around the country. As we enter Youth Month, we call on the young people of our nation to become socially and politically active and to help us create, to help us overcome, to help us endure, to transform, and to love, but most importantly, to dream of a South Africa that is at peace with itself, that is making progress on all fronts and changing the lives of all South Africans. I wish to convey my sincere thanks to President Jacob Zuma for the confidence he has placed in me, as well as all of us who work in the presidency, as we continue to diligently execute the responsibilities which he has entrusted us with. I wish to thank my cabinet colleagues for their support, guidance, and cooperation. Thank you to the DG, to the COO, the Chief Operating Officer, the Deputy Director General in the Office of the Deputy President, and indeed the entire staff of the Presidency for your commitment, for your hard work, and may I add, for your patience with two principals, the President and myself, who possibly from time to time drive you up the wall with the continuous demands that we make. We thank you for your diligence and for the work that you do. Finally, I wish all Muslims in our country a blessed, holy month of Ramadan. Your spiritual commitment is an important part of our nation's moral and ethical fabric, and we wish you well as you go through this whole month fasting. Let us be bold, let us work together. It is in our DNA, deeply imprinted in our DNA, to be able to find ways of working together all the time to confront common problems. Let us continue to build and to develop the social compact that our country needs to move ahead. It is through this that we will be able to move South Africa ahead, as we have done in the past 23 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy President. Honorable Kubisa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, ngiyabonga ngongosha. His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, guests in the gallery. From the onset, let me say quite categorically that the National Freedom Party condemns the recent surge in gender-based violence which has rocked our nation. This scourge must be addressed urgently, and we urge you, Honorable President, to step forth and call for an urgent national summit to address this national shame. Furthermore, we also believe that the fight against gender-based violence should start in our houses and in our communities. Our people must be educated so that communities do not shield or protect perpetrators and criminals associated with gender violence. The criminal justice system must bite, criminals must be arrested and jailed immediately. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our current economic climate is very volatile and we need to turn the tide. Obstacles to economic regrowth are issues such as lack of investor confidence, particularly so after investment status has been downgraded to junk. Corruption in both government and the private sector, which is causing instability. And the whole Gupta saga, which with its associated allegations of state capture and operation of a shadow state. South Africa has developed a culture and ethos of thieving. We must root out corruption and corrupt officials. Persons looting and mismanaging finances must be charged and disciplined. They must not be migrated to other state entities or state departments. In short, we need consequence management in our country. We don't need cadre deployment. But on this other side, again, Deputy Speaker, as we talk about these issues, we must begin to audit our land and find out who owns 70% of our land, and so that we're able to empower the previously disadvantaged, mostly the black majority. We need to find out who owns the banks and who has an access to the finances. The National Freedom Party believes that we need a parliamentary ad hoc committee similar to the one that investigated SABC to investigate PRASA, ESCOM, and Daniel. As a starting point, the ad hoc committee should investigate the towing and throwing of Brian Malife and all associated issues, because all these incidents have tarnished the image of our country. And until such time we have consequence management, we will continue to be embarrassed. Deputy Speaker, Joe Biden, the former Deputy President of the United States of America, once said, and I quote, "Fighting corruption is not just good governance, it's self-defense, it's patriotism," close quote. And having said that, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, our President, there are so many people in our country who do not get the resources and service delivery because of corruption. Just in the gallery, we have some of them who do not need things or resources for themselves, but for the public. For instance, we have Lou Peterson, who says in Manenberg they need a peace garden to be upgraded. They also need a mobile unit for the IDs. We have Brenda Adams, who say we need a mobile unit or a clinic because she was beaten by rats when she was in bed because the place is dirty. So we need to deal with these issues with a new spirit of patriotism as we take our country forward and also boost investor confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable Mafu.
Enkosi Sekela Somlomo, Mongameli womzansi Afrika, obekekileyo, uPresident Jacob Zuma, Sekela Mongameli womzansi Afrika, obekekileyo, uDeputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, iMembers esigqeba, amalungu ale Parliament, indwendwe, abantu bomzansi Afrika ngokubanzi, siyanibhotisa. Sitsho kwangoku ukuba i-African National Congress umbutho wesizwe uyayixhasa le budget vote number 1. Ngale mini yokugqibela kule nyanga yokukhumbula nokubhiyozela ilizwekazi leAfrika, sithatha elithuba sibanxenxa abantu bomzansi Afrika ukuba bangayeki ukuthatha inxaxheba ekwakheni iAfrika engcono, nokuthi ekugqibeleni bazi okokuba iAfrika engcono yenza into ba ibe yiAfrika ekhuselekileyo. Ekugqibeleni lonto yenze ukuba sihlale elizweni elikhuselekileyo. Sekela Somlomo, as the apex department of government and a custodian of the National Development Plan, the Presidency plays a critical leadership and supervision role in galvanizing the whole of government and indeed society towards attainment of the vision of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. In terms of the 14 outcomes, the Presidency leads the alignment and coordination of the strategic agenda of government. This leadership role further requires of the Presidency to have its feet on the ground, to listen attentively to emerging concerns of the sectors of the population, and to work in a productive manner with applicable government departments to ensure a timeous response to emerging challenges. Abantu bayakulawula, the people shall govern. That's what the African National Congress affirmed in 1955 in Kliptown. In the opening of the African National Conference in Durban in 1991, when the giant of this organization, Isitwalandwe, the then President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who would have been 100 years this year, said, and I quote, "Let us organize the workers in the factories, organize worshippers in churches and other places of worship, organize students in their places of learning, organize farm laborers in the farms," close quote. It is in line with these words of OR that the Presidency has established partnerships with various social partners to address the many challenges we have as a nation in order to move our country forward. Mobilizing the people as a whole through participatory and representative democracy is part of regulating the environment in the process of building a national democratic society, which is the African National Congress lodestar. Deputy Speaker, Izimbizo is a program through which government interfaces with the citizens of this country. This program, inspired by an old practice within the African culture, where communities gather together within their traditional setting to discuss the challenges they face and develop a way forward. This rich tradition is premised on the principle of consensus building. It is a participatory platform of mutual engagement amongst citizens. And this is what the presidency used mostly to talk to the people of South Africa. Just yesterday, the presidential imbizo was held here in Cape Town, in LCC River. Taking the presidency to the people remains a key focus as it enables government to monitor service delivery by talking to the citizens directly on issues affecting their lives. The general experience is that communities welcome such opportunities positively and engage comfortably in detail with the president, which in turn allows the president and the members of the executive to witness engaged citizen participation in building better communities and a better South Africa. Since this program was relaunched on the 30th of September 2014 at Imbali Township, Pietermaritzburg, KwaZulu-Natal, it has since been taken to all corners of this country, in all provinces, in this term of office. The presidential Siyahlola monitoring program, which is another form of public participation, is meant to assess frontline services delivery through scheduled and unscheduled visits by the president in priority areas defined in the 14 national outcomes and 5 government priorities. On the day of the visit, the president is normally accompanied by the premier of that particular province, the mayor of that particular municipality, and relevant ministers and deputy ministers. The president does door-to-door and proceed to the main venue for the community meeting to deliver his keynote address and interact with community members. The Department of Monitoring and Evaluation coordinates the post-visit meetings with all the relevant departments where an oversight task team is established to monitor implementation of commitments that may have been made. So bazawukhumbula abasempumalanga eKwaGafontein, bakhumbule abaseKwaZulu-Natal eMzimkhulu. Uzihambile, usaza kuzihamba zonke ikona zeli lizwe umongameli. Presidential programs enhances synergy of working together of all the 3 spheres of government. There are many success stories that can be cited from the 44 presidential Siyahlola visits that have been taken to date, of how lives of the visited communities have improved following this presidential visit since the inception of this program in 2009. The other way of communicating with the public is a presidential hotline, which was established by the president during his first term as a mechanism that should be used by the general public to report directly in his office any service delivery related matter or any issues that they think he needs to know. The presidential hotline is quite popular with the members of the public, and it has successfully processed thousands of issues that have been referred to it. Deputy Speaker, we have to agree that monitoring and overseeing the implementation of the performance delivery agreements of the executive remain a key priority in this period of radical socio-economic transformation. We urge the presidency that a specific focus for 2017-18 should be around agriculture, land reform and rural development, radical economic transformation and job creation, as well as the fight against crime. Public participation programs have to be intensified around these key areas. We urge the President to come closer to one specific type of crime called femicide. We do submit, Deputy Speaker, that research has shown that where there is anarchy, femicide and homicide grows. We are a very angry nation, very intolerant. Disagreeing with one another doesn't mean inflicting pain on each other. We urge the President to better integrate programs of social cohesion, to instill Ubuntu in all of us. Deputy Speaker, the Presidency has partnership with social partners which strengthen the interface with the government. The Presidential Working Group, amongst others, has committed to revitalize township economy and focus industrialization through local procurement. The Presidential Working Group on Disability, which works on promoting and mainstreaming the rights of persons with disability across government. The President has also convened the Black professionals to hear their concerns around government programs and to be able to tell him what is it that can be done to improve and take forward socio-economic transformation. The others that we might want to hear about is the National Consultative Mining Forum and the Presidential Working Group. The interaction with the interfaith group and the traditional leaders is also taking place regularly. We do submit, therefore, that social change requires social agencies, and that's what the Presidency is doing. National democratic society is a conscious act of construction. It doesn't happen on its own. These partnerships enhance prospects of program success and the achievement of the commitment contained in the National Development Plan. Siyabonga, Mongameli. Deputy Speaker, one of the methods that the President accounts to the nation on the success of these programs is when he comes to this House to answer questions and when he addresses the nation at the beginning of each financial year, which is called the State of the Nation Address. Our behavior as members of this House during these events is public knowledge and an embarrassment. But in that process, what we should always remember is that we are depriving South Africans an opportunity to enjoy the accountability from the President they have elected. Deputy Speaker, the Presidency is the hub of strategic coordination. It provides direction and thus the overall leadership and supervision of every sphere of government. It ensures an aligned response to the implementation of the government plans, processes, and programs. The South African National AIDS Council, which is known as SANAC, a special project led by the Deputy President, with its main focus being the fight against the HIV and AIDS and tuberculosis, an anti-poverty program that is also coordinated in this office. What we need to agree is that the relationship that the Presidency have with the research institutions, such as the South African Council for Science and Industrial Research, the Human Science Research Council, the Statistics South Africa, and many South African universities, at this point can take credit for this administration that now uses data and evidence to inform policies. They don't thumbsuck policies, they are informed by these research institutions. Under outcome 14, the presidency is specifically tasked with popularizing moral regeneration and the Charter of Good Values. I believe we can do more to instill this spirit of Ubuntu through this program. Mongameli, ngeli thuba siyafuna ukubulela okokuba ngexesha uthetha nathi xa uqala ungena eofisini wathi kwintetho yakho ngo-2009 lo rhulumente uzaba ngurhulumente osecaleni kwabantu, uzaba ngurhulumente ofikelela ebantwini, uzaba ngurhulumente ophendula ebantwini. Siyavuma kwaye sitsho okokuba siyibonile loo nto isenzeka. Nezi zinto ndizichazayo ziyangqina okokuba oko wakuthethayo uyakwenza. Of course, we are all aware that social cohesion in a national democratic society will also depend to an extent to which the rights of the poor and the disadvantaged is dealt with. It is of this reason we, as the African National Congress, we fully embrace radical economic transformation as a road to national democratic society. Siyavuma kananjalo okokuba iMzantsi Afrika ungcono kunento obuyiyo ngezolo kwaye useza kuba ngcono ngomso. Yiyo loo nto abantu boMzantsi Afrika bengenayo into yokuphazamiseka engqondweni acinga into yokokubana umnumzana Mayimane bakuyo ekokuba bangaze bathi ngo-2019 balahle umbutho obakhiphe eJiphuta wabazisa enkululekweni. Siyavuma kananjalo mnumzana Mayimane okokuba intetho yakho oyithethileyo apha ubuninzi bayo yintetho ebibhalwe ngumntu obhalayo obizwa ngokuba nguDaniel Silk kunye noPeter Masefield. Siyakucela ke mnumzana Mayimane ukuba xa ubhala iintetho zakho uqinisekise ukuba ziintetho eziphuma kuwe enhliziyweni yakho ukwenzela uba abantu boMzantsi Afrika babe nenkolelo kuwe. Asinayo ke ingxaki yokokuba abantu abaphikisana nathi baphikisane nathi ngezinto esizenzayo, bangathi xa bephikisana nathi bafune ukudila nomuntu esiqwini. Ayenzeki ngolo hlobo kaloku lento yenkululeko. Inkululeko uthi ukuze uyakhe uyibhekise phambili ujonge loo migomo ufuna ilungiswe uthethe nayo. Into yokubana abantu imihla nezolo bame kweli qonga bebhizi bethuka benyelisa igama likamongameli ayibenzi ngcono loo nto. Kwaye abantu boMzantsi Afrika badiniwe nini kukusoloko nithukana nomongameli. Kodwa ke sawudibana khona etshatshalazeni ngo-2019 bazawuthetha abantu sive sibone kwaye siyazi thina into yokokuba i-African National Congress iyawuphatha ade abuye uYesu. Siyahlala phansi ke ngoku sivumelana kwaye sisitsho sisithi siyi-African National Congress we do support this budget vote number 1. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, honorable members. We have agreed you will have a 15-minute break. The bells will be rung to remind you to come back to your seats. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
Let's take our seats. The next speaker is Honorable Memesi. Honorable Memesi, before you start, honorable members, attention has been drawn to me that there may well have been members who took photographs in the House, and that we should remind you of Rule 64G, that we may not do so. So let's comply, members. That's an important rule of the House. Thank you very much. Go ahead, honorable member.
Sekela somlomo obekekileyo mongameli welilizwe nokakhongolose abaphathiswa nosekela babo malungu endlu yoqingqo somthetho zindwendwe zethu apho phezulu kwigalari manene nani manenekazi nani nonke apho emakhaya siyanibulisa. Ewe sekela mongameli ndiyakuhlonipha kokheli yam. Somlomo mandiqale ngale ndawo. Uhlahlo lwabemali luxanduva lamalungu eParlamente onke. Kaloku yile budget esiyipasisayo apha eyenza impula zikalujaca nazo zincume. Ikwayile budget eyenza kanye nezandawo ukuhlala ingcuncu ezimilomo mide ziqhubeke ezindawo zabo zibonakale ngathi ngamazulwana elilizwe. Xa ungayivoteli le budget kodwa emzini wakho ufike ukhanyise umbane wale budget, imoto zenu zikanokutsho nazo zihamba ko freeway ohola bakayivulele abalungiswa kwangale budget. Le budget iyonceda abantu abasivotelayo. Sonke ongayivoteliyo ulahla abantu belizwe nabantu abamvoteleyo. Masitsho kwasekuqaleni singumbutho wesizwe, umbutho ka-OR Tambo, i-ANC, egameni labantu. Le budget siyixhasa ngamandla kakhulu. Xa i-ANC ikhona iphila nabantu bazohlala bephila. Ingxaki zona zohlala zikhona kodwa thina be-ANC asoyiki ngokoyikiswa. Phambili khona siyaya. Kaloku intsimi nentsimi iba nayo imidlungu yayo. Indeed, the presidency is a center of strategic coordination, ensuring a focused, aligned response to implementation of government's programs. Through my speech, I will be showing some of the presidency's undisputed achievement, and the president has also touched on some. One of the fundamental principles of our constitution is that South Africa is a sovereign democratic state founded on a set of values such as human dignity, a need for achievement of equality and advancement of human rights and freedoms. The Constitution has also established a framework for governance whereby there are different spheres that are distinctive and have their own powers, whilst at the same time interdependent and interrelated, and adhere to the same constitutional principles. The ANC from its inception has always concerned itself with the daily experiences and sufferings of the people of South Africa. Informed by all these experiences and exposures, the president repeatedly called upon all arms of the state, all spheres, and all stakeholders to jack up the service delivery pace to top gear. The president, his deputy, and all the cadres in the presidency are spending sleepless nights executing his constitutional responsibilities, leading and galvanizing the whole government and society to implement the electoral mandate. Linyaniso lona elithi imoto ehambayo izinja zonke ziyayileqa ziyikhonkote left and right kanti yona emileyo zisuke ziyichamele. Mongameli mfoka Ncamalala qhuba abangena mona nabanamehlo okubona imisebenzi yakho nohulumente wakho bayayibona. Le virus efikileyo ogqirha abathi ngu-2019 or izikhundla virus nayo izodlula. Thina be-ANC nabaxhasi bethu asiguli lula, sagonywa. Secret ballot or no secret ballot, thina singabathunywa be-ANC eyavotelwa yi-majority yabantu be-South Africa. So soloko sihamba ne-party mandate ngoba apho sithunyiwe yi-ANC nabantu abayivoteleyo. Honorable members and the people of South Africa, we are here to report to you, the people who voted us, in spite of unfounded lies and criticism, where we come across mistakes and challenges, we learn from those. Alignment and coordination of the implementation of the strategic agenda of government in all 14 national outcomes of the medium-term strategic framework are designed to enable cabinet, parliament, provincial legislatures, and the public to monitor the overall impact on service delivery to the people. The medium-term strategic framework is also aligned to the National Development Plan, and the 14 government outcomes embodies the program of action of government for the term from 2014 to 2019 for the benefit of our poor people out there. Sekela Somlomo, please allow me to say a bit on some of these 14 revolutionary outcomes. One of the first would be the quality basic education, which would take someone to tertiary level. The Freedom Charter says the doors of learning and culture shall be open. In line with this, the ANC, once it got elected to power since 1994, education is not only opened for all, but it is one of the departments that are allocated the lion's share in our budget priorities. Why do we do that? Because we want to reverse the imbalances caused by the apartheid laws that made the people unequal education beneficiaries, just spectators. Today, ngenxa karhulumente wabamhlophe ezoqoqosho nemali ingakubo yonke. Bangabaqeshi, thina ndlu emnyama sizizisebenzi zabo. Bangogqirha, thina sizizigulane zabo. Baqhuba amabhanoyi, thina abantwana bethu bathi bhanoyi undiphathela amaswiti. Kwezoqoqosho indlu emnyama isengababukeli. In 97% yomnotho, economy, property sector, on land, zonke ezizinto zezabo. Thina siphethe amandla kwezopolitiko kuphela. Umyalezo omkhulu wethu si-ANC kuni bantu bakuthi, ngakumbi abantu abahluphekayo, abahlolokazi, omama nosisi abashiywe nabantwana ngendlela ezahlukeneyo. Nonke bayaleni nibakhuthaze, nibacenge ngesikolo nemfundo abantwana benu. Kunjalo nje mabafunde yona kanye imaths nescience. Kuba umnotho nenzululwazi ilele kanye kwezi zifundo. Sithi kuni nonke bantwana bomzi onsundu, qalani ngemfundo phambi kokungxamela izinto enithi zezokuzonwabisa. Ebomini umuntu ophumelelayo ngoplanayo ixesha nezinto afuna ukuzenza de apase imatric yakhe nedegree yakhe yokuqala. On this outcome, the strides and ground covered already by all relevant stakeholders is very commendable. Mad School brought to this country by apartheid governors are regularly being replaced by the top of the range and now electrified schools. Whilst we are on this matter, we wish to state categorically for all South Africans to note violent and destructive protest to all properties, movable or immovable, is hereby condemned in the strongest terms possible. We strongly condemn the burning of about 30 schools in Vuwane and call upon all responsible citizens to stand up against unscrupulous criminal elements, which has now not only compromised the education of African children in that area, but have also derailed somehow our medium-term structural framework outcome called quality basic education. There may be some challenges in life, but no one is justified to destroy his own home because he is angry against a family member. Xa sisenza kanjalo sonwabisa kakhulu iintshaba zethu. Sizikhanda ngokwethu iminwe yethu ngamatye. Sekela somlomo. Before I move out of this outcome, let me salute and pay homage to a very remarkable, a revolutionary and selfless freedom fighter of all times, an educationist, a lawyer, a humble leader of the people, namely Oliver Reginald Tambo, a man who was born and grew up in the dusty, remote rural areas of Bizana. Here I am referring to Umachi, Umbusi, Umbono, Uvezi, Undenze, Omagoba, Gungubo, ndithetha mna apha ngoxabanisa abantu belungisa usidumza sentsingi zemdaka. This is the son of the soil, Utata U.O.R. Tambo. As it has been mentioned in this house that he would be 100 years old this year had he lived to see this day. He had a lot of love for education, in particular maths and science, and ended up lecturing it at one point in Johannesburg. The ANC, My Glorious Movement, has dedicated this year to him as our torchbearer, from whom we must all learn and follow, in particular by preserving unity and being people-centered and selfless servants of the people. With his angelic guidance, we are sure of success against all storms ahead of us in our beloved country. One of the outcomes that I may want to touch on will be along a healthy life for all South Africans. Keeping in mind where we as people come from, the dawn of People's Democratic Government led by the ANC made a remarkable difference to ensure a better life to the majority of South African people who were dying almost like ants during apartheid years. We now witness the building of new clinics, new hospitals, like never seen in the history of our country before. As a result, the lifespan of ordinary South African has now improved from 55 just in 2002 to 62 years. To date, even the most vulnerable people with no income are guaranteed access to our health facilities. Yes, there are still challenges here and there, but with hard work and dedication by this government, there is light in the end of the tunnel. Sekela Somlomo, some of us may have forgotten the national disaster that nearly wiped out our poor people in particular, as the disastrous virus called HIV/AIDS. We were losing thousands of people in a week, but if truth be told, when the current president, Honorable President J.G. Zuma, came to the picture as the head of this government from 2009, the rolling action, mass action of antiretroviral started for all South Africans, and it became the order of the day. Ungamalala and the ANC resolved that more resources and more efforts must be channeled towards eradicating or controlling the wild spreading of this merciless disease called HIV/AIDS. Bantu bakuthi, sithi urhulumente uwa evuka nani kunzima ibudget ihlala ingenelanga ukwenza zonke imfuno zenu, kodwa siyaqhuba. Xa sibambisene kuzolunga kancane kancane, phambili kona siyaya. Asinamona, asinanzondo, asinavalo, siyayidumisa i-ANC ngokulwela impilo engcono kubantu bakuthi abangathathi ntweni. Siyacela ke bantu bakuthi, xa ogqirha bethi idlani amapilisi noba ngawantoni na makadliwe. Ungawayeki xa ubona ngathi ungcono. Abantu abaninzi batshona kungafanelanga batshone. Bavele bayeke ukutya amapilisi bathathe ezinye izinto ezigqibela zibabulala. The last two outcomes that I want to conclude with will be number 8, which is dealing with sustainable human settlement and improved quality of life, and number 13, which deals with comprehensive, responsive, and sustainable social protection systems. Sekela Somlomo, honorable members, and the people of South Africa, these outcomes analyses are undisputed proof that indeed, under President J.G. Zuma's leadership and coordination, the people in particular, the working class and the poor, remain a top priority. To date, South Africa is declared #1 government in the world in terms of human settlement delivery. We have now delivered about 4.7 million housing opportunity throughout the country. To those who spend sleepless nights plotting and planning propaganda using their own media against the head of state, President J.G. Zuma, they must now eat their humble pie. The NEC of the ANC has gone and passed. Here we still have our president. These big housing projects are too huge and stretch over vast areas and make it difficult even for our detectors to deny. And these become visible portfolios of evidence as the result of integrated planning, policy coordination, and coherence, contributing to the realization of Vision 2030 with the president at the helm of it all. As the ANC, we support this budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mutal.
Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, under the misleadership of President Jacob Zuma, South Africa seems to be hurtling uncontrollably towards becoming a failed state. While the ANC of the late President Nelson Mandela was leading the people of this country from the land of bondage towards the promised land of our dreams, the Zuma ANC is inexorably rushing South Africa towards political and economic bankruptcy. However, Mr. Zuma is not doing this by himself. This point was made potently by the leader of the DA, but it's worth underlining. He is being aided and abetted by ANC cabinet ministers and members of parliament. While they must share the blame for the parlous state in which this country finds itself, President Zuma must take the full blame and responsibility for the catastrophic mess. Each time the Democratic Alliance moved for a removal of president from office, the ANC members used the tyranny of their majority in this House to protect, defend, and entrench him in office. Honorable members, I have made this point previously from this very podium, that Mr. Zuma should never have been president of this country, and that he should have announced his resignation from office on the 1st of April 2016, following the devastating Constitutional Court judgment handed down against him regarding Kandlagate on the 31st of March 2016. Sadly, he did not resign and defiantly showed the political middle finger to the supreme law of the land, that is the Constitution, and the Constitutional Court that had found against him. I count myself among those who hold the view that, and I quote, "A man without shame is dead man walking," close quote. I believe President Zuma is such a man. Legend has it that those whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make rich, and I'm taking poetic license here, and then they make them mad. The question is, do the gods wish to destroy President Zuma? Judge for yourselves. If the omens are anything to go by, the answer is there for all to see. The writing is in the papers, cell phones, tablets, and in the protest marches in the streets of our country, and the booing at rallies. The good people of this country are on their feet, walking the streets and raising their voices to the chorus, and I quote, "Enough is enough, Zuma must fall," close quote. The people are speaking and they will be heard. Nothing can stop an idea whose time has come. Meanwhile, this parliament is being asked to approve a budget of over 500 million rand for 2017-18, and this will rise to 557 million rand by 2019-20 for the presidency. The budget also provides 3.4 million rand for the salary of Mr. Zuma for this financial year, growing to 3.9 million rand by 2019-2020. For the Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, the corresponding numbers are 2.9 million rand, growing to 3.3 million rand. Note, both these salaries have been increased by 100,000 rand each from the previous financial year. The DA maintains that in the current economic climate, there is no justification for increases to executive salaries. The DA calls for a freeze on executive salary increases, particularly for the President and his deputy. Honorable Deputy Speaker, some honorable ANC members of this House who have designated themselves as President Zuma's vocal defenders and protectors from time to time accuse DA members of hating President Zuma. When we criticize his economically destructive actions and challenge him to account. Minister Malusi Gigaba, I don't see him here now, is among those who have made this false accusation. This falsehood was repeated by ANC Chief Whip, Honorable Jackson Tembu, yesterday in this very House. I have news for you, read my lips. We in the DA do not challenge and criticize President Zuma's reckless actions because we hate him, as my colleague, Honorable Mike Waters, said yesterday. However, we hate it when the President treats the highest court in the land with contempt. We hate it when he treats us and the rest of the people of this country, including members of the ANC in this House, as idiots who have to live with the consequences of his destructive behavior. We hate it when the President tells us that, and I quote, "The same people that are accusing me are the ones that are stealing, and I know exactly what they are stealing. I know who they are," close quote. Months have gone by, and we are still waiting for the President to tell us who are these criminals. We hate it when we read in the media on a Sunday morning, like we did this last Sunday, something like this, that one President Jacob Zuma of South Africa could be hightailing it to Dubai with loot from the coffers of the poor people of this country. We hate it when we are bombarded with information that he has been captured by people who are emptying the state coffers of this country. This means that millions of South Africans will continue to wallow in poverty and misery while he and his captors live at large. Most of all, we hate it when he makes monumental blunders that cost the country's economy billions of rand in lost asset value, as was the case when he fired former finance ministers Nhlanhla Nene and Pravin Gordhan and Deputy President Cebisi Jonas. We hate it when we are expected to just lump such disastrous decisions because, as they say, it is his presidential prerogative. Presidential prerogative cannot and must not be exercised to the detriment of the country's economy and at the expense of the more than 9 million unemployed and poor South Africans. Prerogative is a privilege. It comes with responsibility, it comes with respect, it comes with accountability. We hate that the country lives in fear of a possible sovereign ratings downgrade to junk status by the international rating agencies because of his ill-conceived actions. Honorable members, one of the most important jobs of the presidency is to nurture and promote nation building, social cohesion, and national identity. Some of the members on this side referred to this. However, under the Zuma administration, all the indices are regarding this are pointing down, very disastrous. When was the last time we heard of the Rainbow Nation of the people of South Africa? The official commemorations to which one of the members here referred to of our national days like Human Rights Days, Freedom Day, and the others have degenerated into ANC rallies, with many South Africans feeling alienated and staying away. In short, the nation-building project, which started with such great promise, is a mess under the Zuma ANC. Statistician General Padile Hodla has warned that the country faces a cocktail of disasters because of the very high numbers of unemployed black and colored young people. Please, Mr. President, listen, hear, and heed the warning. Where are the jobs you have been promising the nation, Mr. President? Xenophobia remains a festering sore in our social and economic fabric. Service delivery protests have become endemic and violent. Corruption is rampant in the public service. Recent months have seen an increase in number of young women being murdered by their boyfriends or males they know. Children are no longer safe in our streets, both black boys and girls. Rape is rampant. Cry, the beloved country, cry. But not all is lost yet.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
Is
Please
the
take your seat,
member
honorable member.
ready to take a question, especially around
Honorable
violence
member, wait.
against women and children?
Honorable Matau, would you take a question?
I'm tempted to say yes, but I don't want to do that.
Because
I'll
it's
do
more
some other thing.
prevalent in the DA-run province of the Western Cape.
Honorable member.
Cry, the beloved country.
Not
cry.
allowed. Go ahead, honorable minister.
But not all is lost yet. And this one is for you, Honorable Mafu. This one is for you. Elections 2019 are around the corner. President Zuma and his ANC
Honorable
will
Matau,
fall.
I'm afraid your time has expired, sir.
Woza election 2019, woza.
Honorable Groenewald.
Agbare adjunct speaker, in 1995, toe die Springbokke die Wêreldbeker gewen het, was daar baie groot optimisme in Suid-Afrika. Almal het geglo in die droom van die reënboognasie. Veral van die wites in Suid-Afrika was daar 'n welwillendheid om Suid-Afrika te bou vir die toekoms. 'n Welwillendheid om hulle bydraes te lewer om Suid-Afrika 'n beter plek te maak van wat hy is. 'n Welwillendheid om nie met arrogansie of met bevoorregting of met spesiale behandeling gehanteer wou gewees het nie, maar met ywer om Suid-Afrika te bou. Maar daar's 'n ontnugtering. 'n Groot ontnugtering het ingetree. And Honorable Deputy Speaker, through you, I want to say to the Honorable President, Honorable President, Section 83C of the Constitution determines that you, as President, must promote unity in South Africa. But what are you doing? When you talk, then you say that the problems in South Africa started when Jan van Riebeeck landed in 1652. When you talk, you say it is because of white monopoly that you have your problems, and you hear your colleagues, they applaud you for that. When you talk, you tell the people of South Africa, specifically the black people, that you are poor, you are unemployed, there is inequality because the white people have stolen the land. That is what you say. Your Honorable Minister for Social Development even goes so far and blaming the white journalists of South Africa because of the SASA scandal. Now, Honorable President, are you then surprised, for instance, that your Premier in Northwest, if he have a funeral of a tragic event, that he uses race and say it is white farmers that has killed the boy? What has happened to the rule of law? Don't you respect that? Therefore, I want to say to you, Honorable President, that you are promoting racial polarization in South Africa. And I want to repeat, the white people of South Africa don't ask special treatment. They don't ask for privileges. What they ask is only equal rights, equal treatment. And Honorable President, I want to ask you, if you answer tomorrow, tell the white people of South Africa, what do you expect from them? Not about the history, we know the history. What do you want the white people of South Africa, what they must do to ensure that you will be satisfied to make a contribution in the building of South Africa, so that the white people of South Africa can know where they stand with you. Please, for one time in your life, be honest with the white people of South Africa. I thank you.
Honorable Phelps.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellencies, the President of South Africa, the Deputy President, honourable colleagues, comrades, and most of all, people of South Africa, because I wish to share these thoughts with my fellow countrymen and women. It is 23 years since we celebrated the advent of political freedom and constitutional democracy. However, it remains an indictment on all of us that the majority of black people continue to be economically disempowered, and that there is the emergence of economically polarized classes. The majority of South Africans are dissatisfied with the gains from liberation that a few have achieved, including myself. No, this is not the opportunity to shift blame here, there, everywhere. It's not me, it's it's them, it's us, etc. There can be no sustainability in any economy, and that's a reality, if the majority is excluded. We have seen this expressed not only in earlier slave revolutions in Rome, peasant, middle-class revolutions, the French, the Russian, but in modern history, and more recently, in global riots. People are rising against the unfair distribution of wealth in their countries. The objective in our struggle in South Africa, as set out in the Freedom Charter, encompasses in economic emancipation. It is inconceivable for liberation to have a meaning without a return of the wealth of the country to the people as a whole. As Oliver Regional Tambo put it, that to allow the existing economic forces to retain their interest intact is to feed the roots of racial supremacy and exploitation, and does not even represent a shadow of the liberation. We need, all of us, to work together to drive towards inclusive national emancipation that must include what Oliver Tambo referred to as economic emancipation. I remember Walter Sisulu, the great stalwart, when he came out of jail after all those years. I was translating for him, doing the Russian translation, and he said, never forget, my comrade, never forget, put people first. If it's ideology or people, put people first. The budget of the presidency is focused on results-based performance, monitoring the planned outputs and outcomes of prioritized policies and the commitments, and evaluating measurable objectives identified in the President's strategic plan. This means, Mr. President, Your Excellency, that as the captain of this ship, sailing in stormy seas, you are responsible not only to steer our ship, but also to instruct your ministerial lieutenants to account effectively for their performance and their respective outcomes in this results-based budget. The budget of the presidency in a time of tight budgeting is focused on value for resources, and this depends on an accountability chain. We know that public accountability and engagement with the people, with civil society, captains of industry, and generals in business, that this enhances the legitimacy of governance and underpins your role, Mr. President, as the custodian of the dreams, not only of the youth, but of all South Africans. Honourable Speaker, this budget offers the President an opportunity to ensure that members of Cabinet are brought into line with what is already mapped out in the budget and to account for outputs and outcomes. I'm aware that it is the DGs who account for the outputs, but it is the executive officers who account for the outcomes themselves. You know, oversight has got many meanings. I mean, we do a lot of that in Parliament, Honourable Speaker. And I often wonder, do we mean oversight, you know, S-I-T-E? We go there, gee man, it's a night out, and I mean a decent meal, and oh, a little sip of wine and what else. And when we look at the site, no, that is not oversight, okay? And unfortunately, sometimes oversight is misinterpreted to mean ministers simply overlook or miss out on key issues linked to service delivery for radical economic transformation. We cannot afford to use oversight in this manner, neither in the executive and the presidency or here in Parliament. We are, after all, the voice of the people. Scrutiny as part of oversight is not a spontaneous spark lit in wet weather during times of crises, but rather a sustainable process within a developmental state. So, what do we mean by radical socio-economic transformation? We do mean the transformation of structures, systems, institutions, patterns of ownership, management, and yes, the control of the economy in favor of all South Africans, the majority of whom are poor and most of all are females, women. And no economy can said to be inclusive if it ignores women. The presidency has had his conversations with a number of people in business and the farmers all over. He's had these conversations. And you know what? The captains of industry are not opposed to transformation, not at all. What they are opposed to are the nuts and the bolts, the process and the measures. Mr. President, in your SONA address this year, you said we would like to see more black people involved directly in business, owning factories. The response of your ministers in the economic cluster, I see some of you still weathering the storm here, together with development finance institutions such as the IDC, more recently the National Empowerment Fund, have concretized the Black Industrialist Program. A couple of examples will illustrate how successful this will be because of what has happened. Well, so you should speak more often to your colleagues. We were on an oversight earlier this year. Went all around some of the places we visited. I was amazed to learn. I was unfortunately away out of the country because my daughter has cancer. But I learned both from the opposition and ANC members of the good news. Guess what? There is 100% black industrialist, a black-owned foundry, a foundry. Now, yes, that is a first, and it is exactly what we need. The Naledi Foundry is the largest black-owned foundry in South Africa. I won't, if I have the time, I will come back to what it actually produces. And to illustrate how effective oversight is, well, some of our state-owned enterprises don't always come willingly to the party, as it were. You know, you have to drag them, encourage them, give them a sweet or two. But then when they do come, they come in, boots and all. So we learned that they had got, Naledi Foundry was, although they'd won the tender, had not actually got the orders for the tender. You see how these things are broken down. You get the tender. Great, man, you celebrate. No order. So, well, we called them in. We called them in because Parliament is the voice of the people. And in this Parliament, a number of committees, Mr. President, are performing excellent oversight work. And we said, and we were told, oh, can't make it, pressing meeting. I said, pressing? I've never actually summoned anyone, but I will. Well, they came, you know. I also had a word with the minister. And they came, and suddenly it was all right. So that tells me, Mr. President, the fact that you've got the Minister of Development, Planning, is that what it's called? Planning, monitoring and evaluation, right in the presidency. You're going to be actually able to wield your own whip there. All right? Now, it's not all about industry. We all know South Africa is a nation of lovers of dogs. And I want to tell you, the reason why Gauteng legislature, all of them, the legislators own Labradors is because I gave them Labradors and they love them. Now, what we have is we have the first K9, what a clever way, pet foods represented by, are you not interested in what women own? Miss Candace Stewart, but you're not interested, and I suggest the women in the DA start taking a stand. Echoing the clarion call of Oliver Regional Tambo in 1981, the President confirmed that the collective decision of Cabinet was that it is imperative to start a new chapter. A chapter that would decisively shift from the past slow pace of change and implementation of policy. Yes, we are now going through this new chapter. And what I can say is that if we all put our shoulder to the wheel, we can achieve it. Consequently, he said, the state will employ more realistic and practical measures. And I've seen this now slowly beginning to happen, that all of the strategic levers available are being used. It is not only legislation and regulation and licensing, etc. It is, very importantly, it is public procurement. This is a very sharp instrument. Let's use it more effectively. In a developmental state with an inclusive economy, both men and women need to be able to reach their full potential. The Presidency is intent on creating an enabling environment for human capital, the youth, men and women, to contribute to their full potential. South Africa seeks to be a developmental state as envisaged in the National Development Plan. This calls and requires all institutions to be aligned, to be functional, intersecting and optimizing the use of state resources to achieve what we all want, a non-racial, non-sexist democratic, and prosperous society. Only today I spoke at the launch of a SIPC office in the middle of Cape Town, just past Woolworths, and the number of white businessmen there who said, wow, it's great to have, is this part of the fourth industrial revolution? You know, these monitors, etc. You walk in, takes you no more than 10 minutes to sort out everything. No, and on top of it, for those who are not as effective on that system, including myself, there's someone there that you can say, hello, hello, can you give me a hand? So that's great. Now, it is this kind of state, Mr. President, and honourable members, colleagues, that will defeat poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And I believe that this kind of state, which is reskilling older people, skilling strategically the youth, and optimizing their focus, is ready and preparing for the fourth industrial revolution. Now, I came from a farm and my mother spoke fluent Zulu. She translated the English Bible into Zulu. And she always used to say to my brothers, Inkunzi ise matoleni. The bull is among the calves, sending them out to their father to sort out. Again, the man of a mind is elevated to the status of the woman. And just listen, men. The mind of a man is elevated to the status of a woman he associates with, according to Alexandra Dumas. Therefore, it is important that men meet women on equal terms in the workplace, in the educational place, and of course at home where they complement each other. It is very important that we reframe our perceptions of women. The role of women, many have said, politicians as well as activists as well as yourselves, is intrinsic to an inclusive economy. An African proverb best sums this up, talking about the value of women. You see, when you educate a man, let's be frank, you educate an individual. Now, when you educate a woman, you educate the nation. Right, never forget that. Right. Now, as members, you know, of Parliament, we are always interested in what new is happening. And it was interesting to see your reference, Mr. President, to the, I think it is the Competition Act of 1998, because this will truly benefit people, the ordinary person, especially the poor. It will, among others, address the need to have a more inclusive economy and to deconcentrate the collusion by big companies and exploitation of our people we see in many sectors. Then, of course, dare I say, where one is deployed, where one is located, there is the National Credit Act, and various amendments are under consideration. Let us never forget it was the National Credit Act that enabled South Africa to weather the worst global financial crisis created, of course, by America, and it continues to promote a fair and non-discriminatory marketplace where all consumers can gain access to credit. There's also Operation Pekisa, working with the National Development Plan. It is a rapid results delivery program. It actually is a strategy which reflects its COSA, meaning hurry up, eh? The implementation of the plans are rigorously tracked. Recently, South Africa was downgraded, and no, none of us were pleased about that. But this gives us a great opportunity to grow the economy. How? By encouraging and promoting local procurement. This will cut imports of the product and push value-added production, agro-processing and manufacturing. And then we are determined to ensure that our footprint in Africa is not only trade, it is cultural as well. And the presidency is leading the way for all South Africans so that we don't think of ourselves as merely a geographical expression in Africa. We are directly part of Africa. And of course, one should say it is the month, Africa Month. We should be celebrating. And I saw some wonderful outfits here. I think I must get one. And I wanted to say, Inkosi Sikeleli I Africa. I am an African. I am an African. We are all who are born in Africa, who live, who contribute productively to our country. We are all Africans, Mr. President. So I plead and I ask and I appeal to you, do refrain from a Eurocentric outlook. Think Afrocentric. And in thinking Afrocentric, you will assimilate the conceptual paradigmatic change from simply economic growth to inclusive economic growth. The ANC supports this new chapter in our developmental state. We support vote 1.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I heard another member saying this is a budget speech. Indeed, it is a budget debate. Honourable Madisha. I am not giving you an extra minute. It's actually going as you are not going to the podium. Over to you.
Thank you. Dear South Africans, the Public Protector's report on the state capture, the South African Council of Churches unburdening report, the academics' betrayal of the promise report, and the recently published emails confirm that the morally illegitimate president of our republic, Mr. Jacob Zuma, is alleged...
On a point of order.
Order. Honourable Madisha, can you take a seat?
I'm rising on Rule 84. When he says that the president is morally illegitimate, I think it is not parliamentary to refer to a sitting member without putting a substantive motion around that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'll just confer with the NA table and make a ruling. Over to you, Honourable Madisha.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zuma is alleged to be involved with a gang of thieves in a project, the sole purpose of which is to displace our...
Honourable Chairperson.
Order. Honourable Member, what's the point of order?
Can we ask Honourable Madisha to address the President in a respectful manner? You cannot actually be in the position to say the President is actually involved with a gang of thieves. It's unparliamentary, it's not allowed.
Honourable Madisha, did you say that statement?
I said alleged.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. Perhaps the member needs to get a dictionary. I said alleged.
Alleged by who?
Okay.
Because you shouldn't actually make pronouncements on things that do not have any proof.
Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Majake, you do ask for a point of order when you want to address the chair. Honourable Madisha, can you proceed?
I proceed. I repeat. I say the present president, Mr. Zuma, is alleged to be involved with a gang of thieves in a project, the sole purpose of which is to displace our constitutional order and replace it with a shadowy set of institutions, a shadow state of a mafia kind of state in order to thieve, to loot,
to rape, to plunder the resources of our land. Now, high treason consists of any conduct unlawfully committed by a person owing allegiance to a state with the intention of overthrowing the government of the Republic, violating, threatening, or endangering the existence, independence of, or security of the Republic, and changing the constitutional structure of the Republic. Now, Mr. Zuma is destroying the governance of our constitutional democracy. He is a grave threat to our peace and stability. Is a serious threat to our economic security and the well-being of our people. He threatens our very independence, sovereignty, and security. Is the antithesis of the personification of our Constitution and is intent on destroying our constitutional project, and disrespects, violates, and threatens our Constitution as a supreme law of our land and the structures of the Republic. Now, this betrayal of our nation is deep. I want to emphasize that the unlawful...
Honorable Madisha, order. What's the point of order, sir?
Honorable Speaker, earlier you ruled that, and you agree with the member that he was talking about an allegation. He's no longer alleging now, he's now making facts. And I think it's now misleading the House, and this member is out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
The betrayal of our nation is deep. The unlawful and unconstitutional conduct of Mr. Zuma is treasonous. I must emphasize that which he is doing is actually moving away from the Freedom Charter, and that which your Deputy President and others, when you said and drafted the Constitution, came up with to say that all the people of our country shall be in the Constitution. And what is he doing?
Madisha, can you please take a seat? What is the point
Honorable
of order?
Chairperson of the House, I'm
Yes.
actually standing here in accordance with Rule 85. Honorable Madisha is saying all sorts of things that are unfounded, including the fact that the president should actually be charged for treason.
He never
He has
said
to
he should be
actually
charged. Honorable
submit a
member.
substantive motion if ever there's anything that is substantive about the allegations that he's actually making now.
Honorable member, I will make the ruling. Let the member finish. On that issue,
Thank you very much. I wish to re-emphasize that the Freedom Charter, which very many amongst us don't know, they go on to say that it belongs to ANC, and that is not the case. If they can go back and check the history of our country, they will know who were there to draw the Freedom Charter. And led by you, I must respect you, Deputy President, when we drew the Constitution of our country, we said South Africa belongs to all who live in it. And that has got to be respected. And even when the president goes and checks and appoints...
member, your time is up. Can you please stay on a podium? Earlier in your discussion, when you made a presentation, you made it as fact that president is morally illegitimate. In terms of Rule 85, subsection 1, that actually impugns on the integrity of a member. He is in the House, and therefore when the president is in the House, the rules apply. So they are not misappropriate when he's not. And therefore, if that is your view, you know, honorable member, that you need to bring a substantive motion on that matter. Can I ask you to withdraw?
I respect this House, I respect you, Chairperson, and I respect the Constitution. If that is what it says, I shall withdraw that particular line.
Thank you
But
very
then,
much.
as I go down, please
Your time
know
is up.
that COPE has
Honourable Honourable
783
member, your
reasons
time is
why we can't,
Honourable member.
can't support this. It's out of
Honorable
order.
Madisha, your time is up, and I'd ask you only to withdraw. Yes, Honorable Member?
But he has not withdrawn.
He has withdrawn. Honorable Chauke, the member has withdrawn. He said in reference to the rules that I've quoted, if it says so, he is withdrawing, and therefore it means he is withdrawing. He didn't make any conditionality to that fact. Can I ask the next member to speak? Honorable member, what's your point?
House Chairperson, could I seek some clarity from you, from the Chair, if I may, in terms of Rule 85?
Yes.
You're correct that one would have to bring a substantive motion, and one would argue that would have to have a prima facie case that would warrant attention of the House. The problem is that there's already such a motion before the House, in terms of the motion of no confidence, which has been put on hold pending the outcome of the court case. That means that if the Honourable Madisha was to do that, he would be acting in violation of the rule of anticipation, because a treason would certainly lead to a vote of no confidence. So are you able to give us guidance on
I will give you
particular-
guidance indeed, Honorable Member. The guidance is that the member on the podium who raised an issue should, in his own right, not referring to any motion brought by another party, make that substantive motion. So it doesn't deal with the rule of anticipation. I hope I've given you clarity on the matter. Can we please proceed?
House Chair, I'm happy to proceed, but I just want to
No,
understand.
I appreciate very much, Honorable Member, the issue of the motion, which indeed you indicate, it is there. But in respect of what the member was saying, I was dealing with that point to say if he wants to advance that point, put facts about what he says, he needs to bring that in terms of the substantive motion. It's not an rule of anticipation. Thank you very much.
As it pleases the Chair.
Thank you. It pleases the Chair indeed. Honorable Member?
Yeah, no, Chair, Rule 86. No member can challenge the ruling of the presiding officer. And I don't know why is the chief whip of the opposition challenging the decision of the presiding officer. Once you have closed the matter, you have closed it.
I appreciate that the member was seeking clarity. He was not differing with the Chair. I've clarified him, and I'm happy that indeed appreciates that the Chair is pleased by his behavior of accepting what the Chair has said. So thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Member. Very interesting, these rules, because as they are applied, we all learning and we all appreciating that the interpretation sometimes may cloud us somehow, but it's for all of us to correct one another. Now let's move to the next member, Honorable Shabangu. Order, Honorable Member, let's allow the speaker on the podium to make her presentation.
Chairperson, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable members, distinguished guests. As I stand here today, once more in deep pain, Hannah Cornelius of Stellenbosch, Unati Madocheni of Langa, and Iya Payamile of Kaelicho once more were killed this week. In KZN last week, 2 women were brutally stabbed to death. A 14-year-old girl who was looking after her grandmother, who is disabled, went missing and later found dead, brutally stabbed, and another one was found with multiple stab wounds, also dead. We have buried many in the last week. Once more, I wish to pay my condolences to all the families. May their soul rest in peace. These heinous crimes of women and children by their boyfriends, fathers, husbands, uncles, strangers who are supposed to be their lovers must stop. This year we celebrate the life of our beloved struggle icon, O.R. Tambo, for his heroic contribution to the liberation of South African people, and more specifically, his role in championing the cause of women and children emancipation. And in his own words, O.R. Tambo says, I quote,
Other men and women of conscience must themselves join in the struggle because none can reckon themselves human and be unconcerned about what is happening to the young. We would expect that people of all faiths would feel moved by their own beliefs to say we too must be counted among those who stood up in defense of the children, close quotes. South Africa, we are now dealing with criminality of the savage side of humanity. Every time we lose a woman or a girl child from violence, we are destroying our future children. These are violent crimes of power and control over women's bodies and should be understood within our patriarchal social realities. No woman or human being deserves this level of cruelty. Patriarchy must fall. Good men and women have an important role to play in this struggle, and good men have started speaking out to other men about stopping the violence and rape culture, who are saying, not in my name, hashtag enough is enough. We plead with South Africans to break the silence. You need to be counted in. Stand against corruption, violent women abuse and children abuse. As members of parliament, what are you doing to address this violence against women in your own constituencies? What is the opposition doing? You call me to apologize. What are you doing? I'm out there with my communities, with my church, praying together in fighting this scourge of violence. The battle against violence against women, it's for all of us, men and women. You must take a stand. Communities are taking a stand, getting organized to march and to protest as to establish organizations in response to violence against women. The communities are working with law enforcement agencies to ensure that perpetrators are brought to book to face the consequences. I call on society to unite in fighting gender-based violence. We must get to a point where we encourage good behavior and instill better values. As a department, we will continue to work with social partners, civil society, traditional leaders, religious leaders, the private sector, men's organizations, taxi associations, and many others. It would also be good to see some of us expending our energies to the cause in the marches that are taking place against gender-based violence. Honorable Chair, soon we will be going out to ask for women to vote for us as political parties. But what are we doing for them now to help? We need their help, and they need us during their hour of need. In the past few days, myself as a minister, I've received correspondence from various organizations and individuals that are partnering with us and saying what we are doing need to be expanded amongst ourselves in stopping this carnage. In 2015, we realized that hashtag 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children are not enough. Violence against women and children happens 365 days of the year, and therefore we adopted hashtag 365 days campaign because throughout the year, women and children continue to be victims of violence. In 2016, His Excellency President Zuma launched the National Dialogues in Limpopo Province. The dialogues are a mode of engagement with communities on violence against women and children. The dialogues create an opportunity for victims and perpetrators of violence against women and children to interact on the causal factors. This process will also help us in understanding the nature of the problems, but also the nature of government services reaching out to communities. We are in partnership with government departments at national levels, provincial and local government, including faith-based organizations, traditional leaders, civil society, legal and private sector. During our dialogues and pilots in Limpopo, some of the issues which were raised include incest, alcohol and drug abuse, with men spending more time in shebins. HIV and AIDS, young men were raping elderly people with the wrong belief and perception that they will be cured. It is unfortunate to have this. These dialogues are also assisting us in the empowerment of women in the course of our engagements. As we are today, we are proud that 24 young men, young people who are identified in Limpopo, have been given an opportunity to develop their training skills, artisanal skills, at Ekurhuleni Skills Development. As I speak, the skills development programs will make them future artisans. That's our contribution as a department, but also in partnership with others. Chairperson, as part of our commitment to roll out dialogue to other provinces, I want to say next month we'll be going to Limpopo. My apology, we'll be in Mpumalanga. We have partnered with the Office of the Deputy President on the She Conquers campaign with the intention of making sure that we further strengthen the dialogues and reducing the high levels of new HIV infections amongst girls and young women,
Order.
teenage pregnancies,
Honorable
school
Minister,
dropouts.
if you can pause. Order, honorable members. I know the debate might be touching each one of us in a particular way, but we can't have a running commentary. We can intervene, but not a running commentary. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have partnered with the Office of the Deputy President on She Conquers campaign. Our intention is to make sure that the reduction of HIV, young girls and young women to continuing their education, teenage pregnancies, school dropouts, sexual and gender-based violence, and this campaign also seeks to keep the girl child up to the age of 14. Chairperson, tomorrow marks the beginning of National Youth Month, which pays tribute to the school children of 1976 who lost their lives during the uprising. Let me quote Ingrid Jonker when she says, "The child is not dead. The child lifts his fist against his mother who shouts, Africa shouts, the breath of freedom and the felt in the location of the cordoned hearts," close quote. This week marks our National Child Protection Week, which continues to raise awareness for the rights of children. It is during this week that we focus.
Honorable Minister, don't be diverted. Continue with your speech.
It is during this week that we focus on children, recognizing the rights of children. Let's not forget those children that are currently missing. We must go back to basics where a child is raised by all of us. Your child is my child. We need to care for every child in our communities and stay true to the African value systems of a village raising a child. June 16 marked the importance of both young men and young women. They fought together in the liberation of our country. The same commitment we got from the youth of 76 must be the same commitment that get from men and young women in committing to stop violence against women and children. We must all play our part in our homes where children are supposed to be loved in safety and socialized to become our future. We must also play part in our communities, including places of work to prevent violence against women and children. Giving a child a hug, embracing and showing love and care are important in nurturing our children. Scientists have proven that we can influence and change the course of our children's lives and future by what we as parents and caregivers do in the first 1,000 days of our lives. The National Development Plan envisages utilizing of public resources for socioeconomic empowerment of women and promotion of gender equality. The realization of Vision 2030, government will continue to prioritize women's access to economic opportunities, and in particular to business financing and credit. It is the position of government that it is not only through engagement of the talents and skills of women in the workplace that would make us more productive and prosperous. The department is focusing on some elements of the 9-point plan, which includes monitoring ownership and management control, development finance, and enterprise development. Statistics on women involved in the economy involvement in the economy continue to be cause for concern. We have therefore commissioned a study to help us understand access to finance by women. These findings will also help us to understand the extent to which women are funded to participate adequately in our economy. By introducing national minimum wage, hundreds of thousands of women who are unemployed in South Africa will have an opportunity to earn decent wage as a major step towards achieving a living wage, particularly for domestic workers and farm workers. South Africa is a signatory to the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. The protocol intends to prohibit marriages of girls below the age of 15. South Africa must also consider domesticating this protocol. The protocol is consistent with other objectives of She Conquers campaign to keep young girls at school up to the age of 15. Our Bill of Rights and the Children's Act define a child as a person under the age of 18. Bill of Rights specifically states that every child has the right to be protected from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, and degradation. With various challenges and ills facing our society, especially the girl child, we need to make sure that the girl child is nurtured to the fullest without any inhibition. Chairperson, I hope none of our members of parliament are counted as blessers who abuse the powerful positions in society to gain sexual favors from students and unemployed young women. I challenge this House and all members of parliament, including members of provincial legislatures, to lead by example and also pay a minimum living wage to their domestic workers to stop abusing women. The advancement of women should not be seen outside the broader program of our transformation agenda. When we open access to students whose parents earn below 600,000 rands, we are relieving the burden from mothers whose children are yearning for higher education. When we provide houses to our people, we are giving shelter and assets to women who have been deprived of security of shelter. By providing health services to women, including sex workers, we are restoring the dignity for a woman and are in the margins of society. When we make calls for transformation and employment equity, we are saying to corporate South Africa and to the government of South Africa, women have a role to play in our economy. As I step down, Chairperson, I also want to say, as we say names, we must understand what they mean. Angiyena umfazi ngunkosikazi, ungangithuki. Ngoba ulazi lo lwimi lethu. Make sure you understand what you mean. Usho ngemiqondo ngathi awudli.
Order, honorable members. Well, the women's debate was very robust, and I think there must have been a to be continued. So the chairperson of the Women's Committee will actually have to have this other meeting so that we can be calmer next time. Honorable Telezi, you wanted to have a point of order?
Yeah. Sengimkhumbula umfazi wami ekhaya.
I'm sure the weekend is coming, Honorable Buthelezi. You'll be able to go home. Order, Honorable Member.
House Chairperson, I'll address you in terms of Rule 84 and 85. House Chairperson, there were some very personal comments directed at the Honourable Stander as the Minister was leaving the podium. And I'd ask you to please examine the Hansard. We tend to avoid personal comments in the House about people's appearances, what they're wearing, etc. Can you please examine the Hansard and come back with a ruling? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Order.
Honourable House Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, let me just first respond to the point of order. Honourable Steenhuisen, I'm sure I had to intervene twice. and asked that we should not have a running comment. And I said that because the honorable member of your party you are referring to, there was a lot of things she said as a commentary when the minister was speaking, which bordered on the personal. And I appreciate, yes, I appreciate that's why I said the chairperson of the Women's Committee might have to convene another meeting, because it does seem that that robustness that happened in that mini plenary still continues here. I said it deliberately because of that running comment, and I would really appreciate that as I look at the Hansard, I look at it holistically, and we indeed address those matters, and it should apply to all members, that we should not impugn on the integrity of each other, no matter how robust we feel about it. So that is why I'm saying I will indeed look at the Hansard, but I was just advising you that there was a lot the lady, the honorable member, also was doing.
As it pleases the chair.
It pleases me indeed. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
I will allow the Deputy Chief Whip, who had the point of order first. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Honorable Minister Shabangu didn't mention anyone's name. She didn't. So we appreciate your ruling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Pando. Yes, I've noted you.
Chairperson, I think as you look at the Hansard, you should also look at why the Chief Whip of the opposition believes that the references were to the Honorable Stander, because I don't recall the name being mentioned.
Certainly, that's why I was saying I would look at it holistically. Honorable Filtane, you can take a seat. There's Honorable Filtane on the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ngokwakwantu ayisosithuko ukuthi umuntu ungumfazi. Funa bicorrectsheke lento le.
Honorable Filtane.
If you look into the Hansard, ayisosithuko.
Honorable Filtane, can you take a seat? That's the point of discussion and how each of one may feel about the matter. Honorable members, can I appeal to all of you, including you, Honorable Stenes, and take a seat.
But I've been so well behaved, Madam.
Can you please take a seat and continue to be well behaved, as you say? Honorable members who have ruled on this issue, we would look at Hansard and what was said and how it was interpreted by members. Honorable Nkwankwa, we are moving from this debate now. Can we allow Honorable Swart to make his presentation? Honorable Swart?
Chairperson, President, Deputy President, in my maiden speech in 1999 on the high levels of crime, I quoted from Habakkuk 1 as follows: "O Lord, how long shall I cry, and you will not hear? Even cry out to you violence, and you will not save? Why do you show me iniquity and cause me to see trouble? For plundering and violence are before me. There is strife and contention rises. Therefore the law is powerless and justice never goes forth." That scripture is far more pertinent today than it was then. And it seems that our nation is hanging on its fingernails as we move from crisis to crisis. We see plundering of the state on an unprecedented scale, increase in lawlessness, racism, violent service delivery protests, and increasing gender violence. Now, we in the ACDP mourn with the families and friends of so many rape and murder victims, including those of the 3-year-old Courtney Peters, Karaba Makwena, and our Stellenbosch student, Hannah Cornelius. And we share the sentiments expressed by the Minister Shabangu. Thank you, Minister, for praying and for taking action. And we join you in saying, #enough is enough. Honourable President, we must do more in this regard. And then, just at a time earlier this year, when we saw a glimmer of economic recovery, we were confronted with the cabinet reshuffle. In our view, as the ACDP, and many might disagree, but in our view, a reckless decision taken with little regard for the severest impact on all South Africans, particularly the poorest of the poor. Now, it is for this reason that the ACDP joined the growing calls by South Africans from all walks of life for the President to put South Africa first, to do the honourable thing, and to step down. Speaker, whilst the ACDP believes in action, we also believe in prayer. And so, Speaker, we joined the more than 1 million believers who gathered recently in Bloemfontein and churches across the nation to humble ourselves. We looked at ourselves firstly, to repent and pray, trusting God to heal our land of violence, of racism, of corruption, and of poverty. The church, Chairperson, is indeed arising and making its voice heard at this stage. It is a voice representing the majority of South Africans. It is a church holding government accountable. And we saw that in the SACC Unburdening Panel report, which shows how individuals and families are allegedly linked to the presidency and have gained control of certain SOCs. And it concludes with a damning finding that government has, in its opinion, lost its legitimate moral authority. This is something we cannot ignore. This was expanded by the well-respected academics in their report, Betrayal of the Promise, How South Africa has Been Stolen, which speaks of a coup and a shadow state. What was once kept hidden is now starting to be exposed. We are seeing it being shouted from the rooftops, and people are connecting the dots. Chairperson, we look forward to the inquiry into state capture. However, in my legal view, there is nothing to prevent criminal investigations and prosecutions taking place right now, given the overwhelming and compelling prima facie evidence that already exists. We as Parliament need to ensure that this is taking place and that the law enforcement agencies themselves are not captured. Lastly, Honourable President, we would once again urge you to consider your ways. We in the ACDP say this with the greatest humility and respect for the office of presidency. In our view, the writing is on the wall. You've been weighed in the scales and found wanting. We are constrained to pray for all our leaders, including the president, but we will hold the president accountable. We will not be supporting the budget vote today. Malabongwe, igamala inkosi. I thank you.
Order, Honorable Gallo.
Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Perhaps let me start by quoting one of the great leaders of our liberation struggle, the lion of the Natal Midlands, Comrade Harry Gwala, when he said in 1993, the ANC has defeated all its enemies outside and inside the country, but the only enemy that will destroy the ANC is ANC itself. That is what is happening now. The Presidency's annual performance plan for the 2017-18 financial year is prefigured on President Zuma's 2017 State of the Nation address, in which he reiterated the role of the National Development Plan in the broader functioning of state machinery. He anchored his address within the text, context, and pretext of the developmental state's key projects, stimulus underpinned by the NDP in the following words, open quote, in 2014, we launched the Operation Pakisa Big Vets results methodology in the ocean economy, health, education, and mining sectors. The purpose was to find a few key projects that could unlock growth in implementing the NDP. Because the presidency is the epicenter of government's developmental and inclusive growth agenda, its performance indicators for the 2017-18 financial year are less ambiguous. That government has to amplify its efforts to deconcentrate the stubborn patterns of ownership and control of our indigenous mineral resources, including the strategic economic levers, which are still privately owned. There are growing concerns, however, that the presidency has tended to fashion itself as a mini regulator to other government departments. This is despite its very status of a government department, more akin to any other government departments. Honorable Chair, the AIC has also been horrified by the looming travel and accommodation expenditure in the presidency, which the department has acknowledged in its own annual performance plan for 2017-2018. Moreover, we call upon the presidency to be mindful of the perpetual use of consultants under its nose, its watch, If is the driver of the so-called radical economic transformation, it should invest in upskilling young Black graduates and professionals to create inclusive growth and narrow the Gini coefficient, which measures income disparities. Chair, we are pleased with the presidency's Run Imbizo program, which quantum leap the much-needed interface with the citizenry. Ideally, these programs should reignite civic participation and public engagement with the government representatives. On the same token, we cannot allow these state-funded initiatives to be used to advance the agenda
Honourable
of
member,
the governing body.
your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You don't even respect our coalition, Chairperson.
You will also accuse me of being partisan in future. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Minister Mfeketo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Order.
Honorable President, Deputy President, Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members and special guests in the gallery. A few days ago, we celebrated Africa Day under the theme of a better Africa and a better world in a liberated and democratic South Africa. We have definitely moved far away from what former President Mandela called the skunk of the world into being one of the major players on the global stage. Honorable members, South Africa is an integral part of the continent, its history, its future, the contemporary challenges of the continent and its destiny are intertwined with that of South Africa. A stable and peaceful continent means a peaceful and stable South Africa, where a boy and a girl child face a future of prosperity, security, and dignity. The presidency budget vote gives us an opportunity to present how South Africa has played a stabilizing, constructive role contributing to peace, security, and development, both in the region and continent. Since 1994, South Africa's foreign policy has aimed to play an active role in shaping the architecture for regional and continental integration, including developing norms and standards that underpin collective efforts to ensure peace, security, stability, and development. Honorable members, in terms of conflict resolution, the presidency has led initiatives on post-conflict reconstruction and development in Africa. We can be proud of notable highlights of South Africa's role in contributing to peace, stability, and security since 1994, including the facilitation of the inter-Congolese dialogue in the DRC, the facilitation of the Burundi peace process, mediation in Zimbabwe, Cote d'Ivoire, the Comoros, Sudan, as well as facilitation in Madagascar, South Sudan, and Lesotho. In terms of our efforts to promote and contribute to sustainable development and democracy, the rule of law and human rights in the Southern African region and Africa generally, South Africa has played an active role in the conceptualization of the continent's development vision, namely the Partnership for Africa's Development, as well as the establishment of a voluntary instrument for the promotion of democracy and good governance, namely the African Peer Review Mechanism. Chairperson, we have achieved a lot in relation to the role of South Africa in multilateral institutions in a bid to foster a more equitable world, build social solidarity, peace, and cooperation. South Africa's vision of a better South Africa in a peaceful and prosperous Africa, supported by its political, military, economic capabilities, has enabled it to play multiple roles of peacekeeping, peacemaking, economic, and development partner. In the global South, South Africa will continue to play its role of promoting South-South solidarity in order to advance their mutual interest in global platform. The presidency, through its diplomatic work, has ensured that South Africa continues to play a progressive and constructive role in the reform and strengthening of the United Nations as an important institution of global governance. We will continue to defend and guard the centrality of the United Nations and its charter in addressing global challenges and problems. South Africa will continue to call for and pursue the reform of the United Nations Security Council so that it reflects today's global realities and ensure that Africa is represented in the permanent category. We will use South Africa's chairship of the International Atomic Energy Agency to ensure that developing countries, particularly African countries, benefit from peaceful use of atomic energy. As a responsible global citizen, South Africa will continue to advocate for a rule-based multilateral system that places people-centered development at the center of its agenda. We call upon the United Nations to assume its historic responsibility in the resolution of the Israel-Palestine question. And on priority for 2017, Chairperson, South Africa will use its role as SADC Chairperson to intensify the SADC regional integration agenda with a focus on industrialization to boost the region's capacity to produce value-added goods and the development, rehabilitation of infrastructure to facilitate intra-SADC trade. Under the proposed theme, partnering with the private sector in developing industry and regional value chain, South Africa will focus on harnessing the participation and involvement of the regional private sector in the implementation of the SADC regional industrialization strategy and roadmap. South Africa will use its position as SADC chair to accelerate the implementation of the SADC COMESA EAC free trade area, which will enhance intra-Africa trade and contributes towards the achievement of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. With the year 2017 having been declared by the AU heads of state and assembly as the year of harnessing the demographics dividends through investment in the youth, South Africa will champion efforts aimed at leveraging the youth bulge to propel the continent's socio-economic development through an integrated approach to improve youth development across the continent and to ensure their full participation in economic activities. South Africa's effort will be aimed at contributing to the realization of the African Union Agenda 2063 vision and the implementation of its first 10-year plan. We are conscious that strong structures are required to effectively implement AU decision, as well as realization of the aspirations of Agenda 2063. We are prioritizing infrastructure development, particularly road, rail, and aviation, in order to boost intra-Africa trade, which will act as a catalyst for continental development and prosperity. This will be embedded in regional economic communities, which are building blocks towards the realization of a continental free trade area. South Africa will assume the chairpersonship of the Indian Ocean Rim Association, which brings together 28 countries from the east and south coast of Africa, South and Southeast Asia, the Gulf region, and Indian Ocean islands, unlocking the potential presented by the blue economy, including the sustainable exploitation of marine resources, the creation of value chains, as well as maritime security, will be a major priority for South Africa. The goals set in Operation Phakisa will guide our engagement in this regard. Honorable Speaker, as the chairperson of BRICS in 2018, South Africa will drive an agenda to intensify intra-BRICS cooperation in diverse fields, as well as its consolidation as a significant player in shaping a new equitable global political and economic order. Plans are afoot to set up the first regional office of BRICS New Development Bank, the Africa Regional Center, located in Johannesburg. At the Goa Summit in India, BRICS leaders expressed their satisfaction with the progress in operationalizing the ARC and pledged their full support in this regard. The first tranche of the New Development Bank project loans were disbursed in 2016. Through its co-chairperson of the development, working group of G20, South Africa will continue to promote the principle of inclusivity for the benefit of our continent and the global South. Thus, our efforts will be geared towards ensuring that programs of the G20 are aligned to Africa's development agenda. At the multilateral level, we are prioritizing the advancement of the reform agenda in the UN and its agencies. Key to this is the increase of the United Nations Security Council members to reflect the current global realities. We shall also sleep if it is. We shall also place a high premium on ensuring the multilateral system is aligned to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Compact on Climate Change. Chairperson, I wish to end with the words I still have 10 minutes.
Order, honorable members. Order.
Chairperson, I wish to end with words of the late President Oliver Tambo, yes. Yeah, he brought you South Africa, you should be proud. Oliver Tambo, whose year we celebrate this year. Oliver Tambo, our chief diplomat in exile, would have been 100 years old this year. I ask you to remember his words of encouragement as we continue to build South Africa. And this is what he said when he delivered the opening address at the International Solidarity Conference on the theme From Apartheid to Peace, Democracy and Development on the 19th February 1993. You will remember that so many years after your brothers, but people who were very loyal to the country, not only to the PFP then, went to Dakar to start negotiations with this very comrade, Oliver Tambo. And those were the true South Africans. And he said, and I quote, "We believe that we must stand together in creating the new South Africa. When our work is done, let all look at the new South Africa with hope and encouragement. Hope and encouragement because she will have demonstrated that it is possible for people of different colors and different races and nationalities to live together in peace and friendship, sharing a common sense of nationhood and humanity." I hope you take that to heart. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is Honorable Plama.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members, it is with sadness and a great deal of shame when it is alleged that our president has chosen the side of the Guptas against our country. It is also alleged that the Guptas have become the Buddha-bond of the ANC. If these allegations are true, Honorable President, you have truly betrayed our country and its people. Only people with dark souls like Delilah can mislead a president like this. Honorable President, why this radical economic transformation only benefits your family and friends? Honorable President, how are you going to address economic injustice when you are no longer committed to integrity and upholding our Constitution? Honorable President, it is alleged that you have surrendered our country to the Guptas and other private interests. When you surrender this beautiful country, have you ever thought once about the sacrifice made by some of our living stalwarts like Winnie Mandela, our legendary Walter Sisulu, and Ahmed Kathrada, and Steve Biko? It is also alleged
that you have donated the treasury to the Guptas. When you do this donation, have you ever thought of the young people who are unemployed, students who have no place to sleep, but yearning for education when you abdicate your duties to the Guptas? Honorable President, I want to warn you, our country is not for sale. Honorable President, what have we done to you for you to abandon our country for self-preservation? Why are you handing over our country to dark forces, crooks? Honorable President, I know you will never answer me. Ignorance and arrogance are your best defense. Honorable President, why are you repeating?
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Pluama, will you take a seat, please?
Yeah.
Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
I'm rising on Rule 84 and 85.
Yes.
The Honorable Member that has said the President has handed over the country to the dark forces. If there's something of that nature, I should have come with a substantive motion to deal with that. Otherwise, it's a very crude language to use in the House. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Member has dealt and made a number of allegations, but I want to request the NA table specifically with regard to some of the things that are not alleged, that is stated as fact, to look into answered for me so that I can make a considered ruling on the matter.
Honorable President, why are you repeating the same divisive tactics of apartheid to divide our people? Honorable President, I say therefore appeal to your conscience. Please resign. This institutionalized theft and carnage must stop. Our people have spoken through their marches across the country. Even when, President, you have claimed these marches are influenced by racists.
Honorable Pluama, will you take your seat? Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
I'm standing on Rule 82 and 85. Rule 82 refers to respect of members of this House, which actually makes me to say that you should actually make a ruling on the disrespectful manner in which the member is actually addressing the President. And on Rule 85, he's actually saying that there has been some form of theft that has taken place. And the member understands very well, if that is the case, he needs to actually bring it to the House in a form of a substantive motion.
Yes, Honorable Member, I've requested the NA table to look into exactly what the member has said, and I'll make a considered ruling in that regard. Honorable Pluama, you must now conclude.
I say, therefore appeal to your conscience, Honorable President, for you to resign. The people have marched across the country. Even when you claim they are racist, agent of imperialist or white economic capital, I was with them and I was never influenced by imperialists. But by your mismanagement of the economy and gross incompetence of your administration. Honorable Chair, can you allow me to deal with this honorable member, if I still have a minute?
No, Honorable Member, I will not allow you. You must take your seat. Your time is finished. The next speaker is the Honorable Gordy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, comrades, honorable members, and the viewers at home. Comrade President, our economy is facing severe challenges of growth and development. We have been downgraded recently, making the road ahead rocky. The least we can do is to ensure that we use every cent of public funds prudently, use money for the right things and in the right way. In short, do more with less. But are departments and SOEs acting in ways that take cognizance of this economic reality? Comrade President, we worry that the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in government is continuously ballooning. We are currently passing departmental budgets, but how will these budgets be managed? When we look at the financial health of departments in terms of accruals, commitments, and liabilities, the picture is not a good one. And I think in the past financial year, even the presidency had accruals of about 29 million rands. Comrade President, we can't afford the waste of public resources. As the head of the executive, you must set the tone and direction on the quality of governance. What is the impact of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on governance? Even the anti-corruption task team, which is under the political leadership of this department, is far from being as impactful and organized as it should be. Noting that the ACTT is the government's lead anti-corruption instrument, we must intensify practically the fight against corruption beyond words. We must continue to have the best dreams for our people, meaningfully fight poverty and inequality. We must address urgently the plight of ex-mine workers, farm workers, slum dwellers, and especially people in the rural areas. In February, I spoke about the plight of the people of Cathcart in the Amahlati municipality in the Eastern Cape. Nothing has improved for them due to the dysfunctionality of the local government there. So for Cathcart, so for many other communities. The APC supports the minimum wage accord as a step in the right direction to reduce poverty amongst the employed, taking into account that almost 50% of employed South Africans earn less than 3,500 per month. However, we are advocating, Comrade Deputy President, that early childhood development educators, home-based caregivers, and HIV counselors must be included in the minimum wage regime. They work for no less than 8 hours a day, for 5 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. Purely on the duration they work and the critically important work they do, they deserve a living wage. Their work needs to be recognized and appropriately remunerated. Lastly, the APC joins the country in condemning the brutal violence against women and children. Women are the heartbeat of a nation, the glue that holds society and families together. They must be respected and protected. As we end Africa Month, may I say, as the Africanists have always said, Africa for the Africans, Africans for humanity, and humanity for God. The APC will support the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mania. Order, Honourable Members.
Chairperson, the divisions inside the ANC are plain for everybody to see this evening. And they are much deeper than even we realize. Because the Honourable Joan Fubbs says that South Africa is a nation of dog lovers. Now that might be true, but if I recall correctly, President Jacob Zuma decreed not so long ago that to own a dog was un-African. And so we wish the Honourable Joan Fubbs good luck leading the pro-dog faction within the ANC. Chairperson, let me begin by reminding members to my right of Oliver Tambo's great vision for the future of South Africa. He stood for and he fought for a vision which he described so beautifully as follows: we seek to create a united, democratic, and non-racial society. We have a vision of South Africa in which black and white shall work together as equals in peace and prosperity. We seek to remake our part of the world in a corner of the globe which all of humanity shall be proud. Well, the truth is that vision has been crushed, and it has been crushed by one man, and his name is President Jacob Zuma. The fact is that if Oliver Tambo were here today, he would not just be disappointed, he would be disgusted by what he saw in South Africa. You see, Chairperson, we are now in deep economic trouble with 8.9 million people who do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. We now, more than ever, need political leadership capable of pulling our economy out of a death spiral and to give hope to the 8.9 million people who do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. But we have President Jacob Zuma, who seems committed to breaking the economy rather than fixing the economy in South Africa. The fact is, he cannot even remember the 9 points in his own 9-point plan to ignite growth and create jobs. He told us in this House it includes agriculture, among other things. And he seems bewildered by his own economic policy, known as radical economic transformation. He told us, and I quote, "Radical economic whatever is nothing like a khoho." And he is supported by economic illiterates like the Honorable Nomvula Mokonyane, who not only thinks a ratings downgrade is a good idea, because in her own words, it's actually better investors pull back, but also thinks that if the rand falls, we can, in her own words, simply pick it up. We can only wonder whether the president shares the view of the Honorable Fikile Mbalula, who says she is a factory fault. We share that view. And then we have the shameful midnight cabinet reshuffle. President Jacob Zuma recalled former Finance Minister Pravin Gordhan from an international investor roadshow on the basis of a bizarre intelligence report, and then promptly fired him, can you believe it, to, and I quote, improve efficiency and effectiveness. The truth is that had the president been serious about improving efficiency and effectiveness, he would have fired the Honorable Batabili Dlamini and the Honorable Faith Mutombi, who together, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, could barely run a bath. The Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, to his credit, condemned the cabinet reshuffle, saying it was unacceptable. And the new Minister of Finance, of course, defended the cabinet reshuffle by condemning those who had condemned the cabinet reshuffle as a mixed bag of so-called ANC stalwarts. The truth is, President Jacob Zuma's midnight cabinet reshuffle had nothing to do with improving efficiency and effectiveness, and everything to do with capturing national treasury for his #1 clients, the Guptas. The fact is, the new finance minister, Malusi Gigaba, has been appointed by the president to defang the treasury.
Honourable Mania, will you take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
On Rule 85, Chairperson, Honourable Menir, when you're actually saying that the reshuffle was about taking over the treasury, you know that you're supposed to bring a substantive motion in that regard, and as long as that substantive motion is not in the House, you are not supposed to actually engage on it. I thank you.
No, thank you, Honourable Member. We will look into the matter. Continue, Honourable Member.
Chairperson, the problem with this Honourable Member is the President might not be able to name the 9 points in his 9-point plan, but that Honourable Member could not tell us how many points there are in a 9-point plan. Chairperson, as I was saying, the work has already begun.
Honourable Mania,
On a point of order.
Honourable Mania, take a seat, please. Yes,
thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I can see that Honourable Menir is hyper-energized. I'm standing in
Honourable members.
Number 82.
No. Honourable members. Honourable Chief Whip of the DA, can you just control your members, please?
I'm standing in-
Whether you are irritated by the point of order, the member has a right to raise a point of order.
Exactly.
And then you must listen, and then I'll give a ruling. Yes, honourable member.
We all are allowing Honorable Menir to speak, and when we're supposed to be speaking, this is what we get. I'm rising in accordance with rule number 82 to say that Honorable Menir should not actually address me as this member.
No,
because I need to be addressed
honourable
in a
member, take your
respectful
seat now,
manner.
please. Please take your seat.
House Chairperson.
Why are you rising, honourable member?
House Chairperson, I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 66, if I may. And I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 66 in conjunction with the annotated digest of rulings 94 to 99 on page 90. And I'd like to read from it. It says, members should not use spurious points of order in an attempt to respond to points raised by the member speaking. And the ruling at that time was, members, please do not rise under the ruse of a point of order when you're in fact not making a point of order, but merely want to smuggle in a speech. And I think that this is a classic case of speech smuggling.
No, Honourable Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition, thank you for reminding all members on both sides of the House not to use that mechanism in that way. Honourable Maynard, will you continue, please?
Yes, Chairperson, I'd be delighted to meet that honourable member in her office
And please
at Barney's to
address
discuss
the
the 9-point
chairperson,
plan.
Honourable Maynard.
Chair, as I was saying, the new Minister of Finance has been appointed to defang the National Treasury, and the work has already begun. The Minister in the Presidency has power-grabbed the budget prioritisation progress from National Treasury, and the Minister of Justice is power-grabbing control of the Financial Intelligence Centre from National Treasury. To make matters worse, the Finance Minister has shamefully appointed an economic advisor who works on the principle that if it moves, nationalise it, and who wants to turn South Africa into Venezuela. And he has appointed a legal advisor who used to be a fixer for the Guptas and the associates at Home Affairs. The fact is, the nutters, fixers, and rent seekers used to be outside the National Treasury. Now they're inside the National Treasury, and they're there at the invitation of President Jacob Zuma and his most important clients, the Guptas.
Yes, Honourable Maynard, take your seat. Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Is it parliamentary for a member to keep on dancing there when you are not in dancing? What,
No,
just
Honourable
debating?
Member, that's not a point of order. The member seems to be enjoying himself. So continue, Honourable Member.
He's not good at dancing.
No, Honourable
He must
Member,
just debate.
take your seat. Please take your seat. Continue, Honourable Maynard.
House Chairperson.
Yes.
May I address you in terms of Rule 84, if I may, read with Rule 86. And remind you, Chair, that you have the discretion, because that seems to be the only point of order that member ever is able to raise. It's a one-trick pony. The Chair has the discretion not to recognise a member who raises spurious points of order. That member only knows spurious points of order, and I think that he must be reminded that he has the risk of not being recognised.
No, that's the
Carries
first
on with
point
it.
of order. The member.
Honourable Chair, I was just
No,
asking
Honourable
what is
Member.
parliamentary.
No, no, Honourable Member. No, Honourable Member, take your seat. Honourable Khadebe, take your seat, please. No, that was the first point of order the member took, so you can't utilise those rules to silence the member. Continue, Honourable Maynard.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the end, the fact is that President Jacob Zuma must have known that the midnight cabinet reshuffle would tank the economy. We are now in deep economic trouble. With the midnight cabinet reshuffle, radical economic transformation, and the defanging of National Treasury together delivering policy uncertainty, stagnant economic growth, declining per capita incomes, high inflation, a collapse in investment, a spike in disinvestment, fiscal slippage, staggering national debt, massive unemployment, zombie state-owned enterprises, and ultimately junk status. But most of all, a complete loss of hope for the millions of people who do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs and who live without dignity, without independence, and without freedom in South Africa. That is why it is not an exaggeration to say that President Jacob Zuma's midnight cabinet reshuffle, radical economic transformation, and defanging of National Treasury amounts to the premeditated murder of the economy in South Africa. But worse, far worse, President Jacob Zuma has not only crushed Oliver Tambo's great vision for the future of our country, he has crushed all the promise and all the hope in the preamble to our Constitution, which requires him to heal the divisions of the past, to establish a society based on democratic values, to improve the quality of life of all citizens, and to build a united, democratic South Africa. All we can say in conclusion, Chairperson, is cry the beloved country. I thank you.
Honourable Mania, will you remain at the podium, please? You remain at the podium, please. Honourable members, during the course of this debate, a number of points of order were raised, and I've asked the NA table to look into the matter, and they've advised me as follows. During his speech, the Honourable Mania, while referring to the Honourable President's cabinet reshuffle, said, and I quote, he was doing it for his number one clients, the Guptas. That is in contravention of Rule 85, Sub-Rule 1, that says that no member may impute improper motives to another member. And that also refers and reflects on all members, the President, ministers, and deputy ministers who are not members of the Assembly. I thus request the Honourable Mania to withdraw that remark, please.
Chairperson, with respect, President Jacob...
No, I didn't ask you for an explanation, Honourable Member. You must withdraw the remark.
House Chairperson.
On order, Honourable members. Honourable Steenhuisen, can I just deal with the Honourable Member at the podium first, and then I'll recognize you. Honourable Mania.
It relates to this particular matter.
No, I'll give you an opportunity after I've dealt with this.
You're going to execute him first before you hear
no,
the...
I've made a ruling. That is my ruling. Honourable Mania, you must withdraw that comment.
Chairperson, would you remind me what comment you would like me to withdraw?
No, I've indicated, Honourable Mania, that when you refer to the President's cabinet reshuffle, you said, and I quote you, he was doing it for his number one clients, the Guptas. Right? That is in contravention and violation of Rule 85, Sub-Rule 1, that states that no member may impute improper motives to any other member. And I'm asking you now for the third time to withdraw this remark, please.
Chairperson, with respect, I refuse to withdraw that remark.
Honourable Member, if you refuse to withdraw the remark, then you must leave the House, please. Honourable Mania, will you leave the House, please? Thank you.
Honourable Chair.
No, I've not recognized you. Please take your seat, Honourable Gadebe. Please take your seat. Honourable Steenhuisen, you had a point of order.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. It's too late. It was in defense of my member. However, I would like this ruling referred to the Rules Committee for a proper analysis.
Okay, that's fine. Honourable members, the next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister in the Presidency.
Order, Honourable Chair.
Yes, why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Honourable Chair, I request that in referral to the laws of the House, is that Honourable Menier must be taken to its very hearing.
No, Honourable Member, I am the presiding officer and I made a ruling. The Honourable Member is leaving the House. Continue, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. One of the things I see Honourable Menier has already left for his next gig, DJ Manir, those are his initials. No surprise that he's always here dancing up and down and all of that. And I think he's also possibly left, Honourable House Chair, his CDs, vinyls, and his earphones here as DJ. So no wonder that he's always dancing when he's here. Speaker, Excellency President Jacob Zuma, Honourable Deputy President,
ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, the leader of the opposition came here to suggest that he left the ANC because the ANC has abandoned the dream of Oliver Tambo. But in truth, the honorable leader of the opposition, Honorable Mmusi Maimane, left the ANC because within a week he was promised to be a mayor of Johannesburg Metro. Within 6 months he was promised to be a premier after they lost the Johannesburg Metro. And after they lost the Gauteng province, he was promised and was actually given the leadership of this house, which he now occupies. So it had nothing to do with what Oliver Tambo represented or what the ANC stands for, but it had everything to do with him wanting leadership, leadership, leadership. And he couldn't wait to kick out the Honorable Lindiwe Mazibuko, the former Honorable Lindiwe Mazibuko, who was the leader of the House of the DA. So it's actually very opportunistic to suggest that you left for those particular motives. I stood here, I was sitting here listening to the Honorable Groenewald, who challenged the president to tomorrow say to white people of our country what is it that he expects from them. And I think the most unfortunate thing that the Honorable Groenewald expects from us is for us to misrepresent the truth and to speak lies so that we maintain the peace. He wants us today to say that the land was not stolen, that the land was handed over peacefully in exchange for the Bible or the mirror, that the wealth also of this country was not stolen, that the wealth of this country was voluntarily built by the blood and sweat of black South Africans, and for Afrikaner capital to continue to flourish today is because young, particularly black South Africans, are letting it be so. And if we say that, for the Honorable Groenewald, that will maintain the peace. But unfortunately, that's not the reality that South Africa is faced with today. We have a particular disjuncture wherein wealth and poverty are defined in terms of race. We have a disjuncture where land and its dispossession are defined in terms of those particular terms. Honorable members, the Presidential Working Group on youth is a strategic platform of government, the private sector and civil society to have a strategic conversation on how to implement youth development interventions and to discuss collective action and accelerate the empowerment of young people as provided for in the National Youth Policy 2020 and other government policies. The Committee of 17 Deputy Ministers monitors the work of the 5 work streams that are aligned to each of the 5 strategic priorities of the National Youth Policy 2020. In this financial year, the National Youth Development Agency Amendment Bill will be tabled. The amendment bill will streamline the focus of the agency as well as introduce institutional mechanism for strengthening youth development at a provincial and local level. This is important if we want to ensure that our youth development investments go to where it is most needed at a provincial and local level. The President has mentioned the progress that the Presidential Task Team on the creative industry has made in addressing the issues that artists face. The task team has ongoing interaction with the music industry to ensure that the long-standing unpaid needle time bill gets paid to local artists. Honorable Speaker, earlier this year, the Democratic Alliance government in the Western Cape sold land that was for social housing to a private school, the Trafalgar Intermediary School, for 135 million. The 1.75 hectare property, which can build more than 270 social housing units, and listen to it, and can possibly house more than 2,000 people, will now be a subject of judicial contest. The National Department of Human Settlement, together with the NGOs Difuna Ukwazi and Reclaim the City, intends to appeal to the conscience of the leader of the DA, Madam Zille, to instead use the land for the benefit of the majority of our people.
whether the court case will be won by the national government on behalf of a people that is continuously excluded from the social spaces of the city will be a matter for another day. However, the politics of this case reveals a lot more than what meets the eye. It is clear that Madam Zille is committed to maintaining the colonial spatial development setup that was imposed by the apartheid regime that continues to balkanize and keep black people in Gugulethu and Khayelitsha whilst keeping areas such as Sea Point and Camps Bay to the exclusion of the Cape Town white and rich class. We ask the question, are they children of a lesser God? This will keep the status quo in terms of economic and other forms of development as Madam Zille and the entire DA pay lip service to transformation, integration, and change. There is little or no land available for integration so that more and more people are settled next to where they work, next to where they eat, and next to where they play, and next to where they pray. Although the DA is willing to integrate with black people in their political party, even give them leadership position, it is clear that this integration will only end here and cannot include integration of their voters into single communities, single schools, and have single services. We ask the question today, are they children of a lesser God? The ANC government is prepared to fight this to the end, and instead of going to the courts for wily and deceitful purposes, as the DA has done yesterday, of stealing power, we will go to the courts in order to ensure that development benefits the majority of the people of this country. Honorable Speaker, this is not the only time that the DA has conformed with practices that suggest that theirs is to maintain the colonial and apartheid setup and resist transformation. In the same period that Madam Zille was fighting tooth and nail with the communities who wanted to be integrated into the technically whites-only Sea Point, she was also tweeting up a storm about the history of colonialism and the need to defend its positive aspects, much to the embarrassment of the leader of the DA here, Honorable Musi Maimane, and a couple of angry young tweets from the DA bench. She has since withdrawn the tweet, but wait for it, with a much longer but even more embarrassing article that was widely circulated in the media. The problem with those in the DA who condemned Zille's Twitter account and verses was not because they disagree with her, but it is because she stated them publicly, and as usual, she was condemned and they were forced to condemn her in public. They secretly and behind closed doors agree with her, and sometimes even in veiled manifesto proclamations. And as we've heard here today from the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, they actually agree with her, and I'll show you how. She who led the DA for that long, and therefore the DA itself, believes that there was some good that came from being colonized, racially segregated, imprisoned, shipped to the Americas and Europe to begin their development, killed if we resisted, dispossessed of our land and livestock, forced to work in the mines and factories for pittance, had our mineral resources exported to faraway lands to build imposing cathedrals and shiny golden pavements that symbolizes their development and our underdevelopment, that this is a good story of colonialism and apartheid and replaced our barbarism. I conclude and include the DA in Zille's madness of colonial and apartheid glorification, because if they do not repeat her bamboozled theory of building on the foundation of colonial development, all that they can do is repeat ANC policies, or even better, promise that they will double social wages and all of that's all they can do. So they are caught up in between repeating Zille's craziness or repeating ANC policies. But equally, the DA's divided anger towards Zille's colonialism tweets is less about its reflection on their policies, which they still hold dearly, as I will show, and more about their pressure to respond to those particular tweets. They are contentious colonial contours that Helen Zille should face consequences for, and the DA should be taken to task about, which have been repeated as daily truth and which were even repeated in the DA's elections manifesto. Firstly, in South Africa, they regard transformation, which is equal to broad-based black economic empowerment. They refer to it, wait for it, as broad-based black economic empowerment. And this, they say, is only for the elite and politically connected. How many times have we had the DA repeat this slogan here in this house, where for them, economically empowering black people is equal and inherent to corruption? This is almost always criminal. For them, every black person that has been economically empowered by this government should be thrown a shade, treated as a suspect, and even if they are making a difference in their communities, they should be investigated. Secondly, for Helen Zille and for the DA, what value is freedom when it can unleash virulent and violent black youth into our communities to rob, rape, and rummage their peaceful suburb apart? She asked in that diatribe that I spoke about earlier on, when she was defending a tweet, how much does our freedom rating mean when we cannot even get the rudimentary criminal justice pipeline functioning? Close quote. I tell you now, and I want to tell you today, that this freedom means a lot to billions of young people who today will not be randomly stopped and be asked for their passports or passbooks. It means a lot for them if they cannot be forced into labor. It means a lot if they cannot be imprisoned for their political views. It means a lot if they cannot be forcefully removed from Sophia Town into Soweto. It means a lot for those young people if these freedoms they can cherish. For you, it may be for granted because you did not confront the might of the apartheid regime. But for them, it means a lot, and that's why they will forever cherish this freedom. But more importantly, Speaker, to disconnect the crime that all communities suffer from the vestiges of colonialism is disingenuous. To venerate the success of colonialism and apartheid and apportion their failures to the new government, as we have seen here today, is duplicitous. Colonialism condemned young, especially African men, into the lives of criminality, leaving them without entrepreneurial or work-related skills. This condemnation will linger with us for generations to come, as long as the structure of the economy still remain. Honorable Mmusi Maimane here may be an atypical male oozing success with his polished and multiple English accents, posh job handed over to him of being leader of the opposition, and may be lucky to have changed the discourse for his children and grandchildren in a way his parents may not have imagined. But without justifying crime, post-colonialism has not been kind for the majority of young black South Africans. The policy of the DA is that we should all be given equal opportunities, but those opportunities can never be available to all of us if the structure of the economy still remains the same, and if those who are on this side of the bench continue to defend the status quo. Minister Mbalula here has multiplied his efforts to fight crime and will not use the excuse of the legacy of apartheid and colonialism in this fight against crime. But we cannot discount the fact that the pretty and praised side of colonialism have created this monstrous young black men that we today are mourning and condemning. Thirdly, Helen Zille insists, and together with the DA, that we should build on the institutions and foundations that colonists have left us, as they did in Singapore. So in Singapore, the colonizers left. But I ask you the question, these institutions, which I presume are judiciary, wealth, and all of that, but have we been left anything by the former colonizers? I cannot even think about that. In our case, the colonists have not left. They are here with us, and their grandchildren and great-grandchildren are still here with us, and they are defending the legacy of their great-grandfathers. If you look at the ownership patterns of land, the colonists have not left that to the natives, as they did in Singapore. They still own the land. If you look at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the richest people are still Oppenheimer, Rupert, Visser, Becker, Gray, and only then do you hear of a Mutsipe. Only then. And then you want us to celebrate and say that colonialism and apartheid have been defeated. And you also want us to celebrate and say that we all have equal opportunities. And in fact, that is not and may never be the case as long as this type of a country and a structure of the economy exists. Part of the mantra that the DA spreads day in and day out is for the protection of private property as a means to ensure investor confidence and create jobs. This essentially is about protecting the status quo, maintaining apartheid patterns of ownership, and dancing to the colonial tune of their master. If you truly want change, do not only advocate for change here in Parliament, but also in the stock exchange, in communities where our people live, in terms of land ownership and in control of the wealth of this country. You call this populism, I suppose, but that it will lead to South Africa being a pauper state. However, this is the real transformation that our people are looking for. And finally, New Zealand, the DA believes that in order to ensure development in our country, we should deal with the trade unions just as they did in Singapore. Or what Honorable Maimane referred to earlier today in the debate, the authoritarianism of SATU in particular. But they forget that this was the same strategy that was used by the colonizers, who suppressed any form of worker resistance and any form of protest. Every time here, the DA shouts all sorts of anti-COSATU, anti-Nehau, and anti-SATU slogans, precisely because they are continuing with the lineage of colonialism, they are continuing with the lineage of apartheid. As Madam Zille complains, as she did in her letter explaining why she tweeted, as she complains, Madam Zille, about not landing on time through SAA, or Madam Zille being given tea without milk at the airport, or Madam Zille complaining that her newspaper did not arrive on time, the people of Nyanga, of Kailicha, and of Guguletu do not have time and the pleasure of these luxurious complaints because they've got much bigger challenges. And as the ANC government, we will continue building houses and provide shelter for those people. We'll continue to connect electricity to the millions who need it. We'll continue to build decent road infrastructure, especially in our communities. We'll continue delivering houses which they are denied in Sea Point and in Trafalgar. We'll continue to providing schools and bettering the education system. We'll continue to open clinics and ensuring a quality basic health care, and as we've done, and build more universities in order to improve the chances of young South Africans. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, the DA, through its leader, Mmusi Maimane, again laid charges against the ANC president. This is permitted in a democratic South Africa and shows that we are maturing and we are not like the colonizers and masters of apartheid whom they continue to defend their legacy, that we allow democracy to prosper. But something interesting and yet unsurprising happened today, that Honorable Maimane uses Parliament, as he does all the time, and all political platforms, as foreplay to prepare for the consummation of their marriage with the judicial system. We respect the independence of the judicial system, but the fact that most, if not all, political parties seem to be substituting hard-won political democracies and interaction with constituencies, together with debate and engagement in this House for jurisprudential convenience. We are witnessing how some political parties are trying to win through the courts a majority which they failed to win during elections campaign. And some of them are not even scared to tell either the speaker or anybody who cares to listen that we will take you to court. How many of us have had this year that when they are defeated here in the House through debate and engagement or through the ballot, they say, we will take you to court? Let me conclude by reminding the Honorable Maimane that he has not succeeded in his regime change plan for South Africa. The voters have consistently rejected this. In spite of this lack of success, he then travels to Zambia to implement regime change there. We're very sorry that you were kicked out in Zambia.
Point
but we're
of
also
order.
more sorry that...
Honourable Deputy Minister, will you take a seat, please? Order, honourable members. Why are you rising, honourable member?
House Chair, I'd like to address you in terms of Rule 85(1) of the Rules of the National Assembly, where it says that no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections on that member's integrity. The allegation that Mr. Maimane was going to Zambia to effect regime change is not true and it imputes an improper motive. But we invite the Honourable Deputy Minister to submit a substantive motion, as our members have been instructed to all afternoon.
Honourable Member, I will also look at the answer for that. The NA table will assist me and I will make a ruling in that regard. Continue, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Now, the Patriotic Front used very kind words, which we don't agree with. You know, we are a democracy, and Honourable Maimane alleges that they are not. Now, they say that Zambia is not for sale to the highest bidder. And they're referring to him as the mouthpiece of capital masquerading as political messiah of our people. And they say that he's representing a political party that championed and benefited from the notorious apartheid regime. But they even go one better. They even refer to him as the black token to reverse the gains of freedom against apartheid. Now, that's not me. I can never say that to such a bright leader of the opposition. But I want to say to the Honourable Maimane, that I know a place where me and you can go. A place where if we go there and provide solidarity to the people who strongly yearn for it, they will not call you a black token. They will welcome your solidarity. They will welcome your message of support, and that place is Palestine. If you're too compromised to go to Palestine, me and you can go to Western Sahara and provide solidarity to the people of those countries, because they deserve it more than you do. Now, but also there are young people, my age and your age, who are traveling the world, who are South Africans, who are sending a good message about this country and who could not be doing what they're doing had it not been of the democratic dispensation. And I'm talking about young people, not DJ Menir, but DJ Black Coffee, who's embraced throughout the whole world. Talking about young people such as Sakina Simbane, who are winning awards throughout the world, who are saying that South Africa is working. And no matter how much you're trying to pull down this country of ours, they are there holding the flag high and saying that they are proud to be South African. When I was growing up, Honorable President, Komudimule, on a 7 or 8, in the dusty street there, we used to have something called Mantlwan. We used to play house, 7, 8 years. Now we believed so because I had a car, so I was the father, and then someone had, you know, all those things. There were the mother, there were children, and all of that. Now this morning, or this afternoon during the debate, I realized that I left Honorable Musi Maimane in those days of playing house, of playing Mantlwan. Because he's playing country. There's no way that if you really believe that you can lead this country, and you up here and come here and say, I will double social grants, I will do this, I will do. How are you going to pay those except if you double the tithe in your church?
Honourable
Thank
Deputy
you very
Minister,
much.
your time is expired. Order. Order, honourable members.
Chair.
Order.
Chair.
Why are you rising, honourable member?
No, I've been given this form. It's a summer awards form for honourable.
No, honourable member, that is
Prime
not
Minister of
a point of order. Please take your seat. Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the speakers list and the budget vote debate. Order, honourable members, and the business for the day. The Honourable President will reply tomorrow to this budget vote debate. The House is now adjourned.